Yeah, Jordan was here. Madam Administrator, have you heard from the mayor?
No, sir.
Ms. Vaughn? Okay. We'll wait a few minutes then.
I don't know who you are, but you're my.
And this Tamika has?
She has this white.
The lifesaver ones.
Try that one.
I've had that one too. That one's strong.
That's strong.
This one is strong too?
This is like a
This
normal.
is strong?
No. I'm gonna leave you alone
Don't
today.
have me run up here looking for the squirrel.
Thank you, man.
You know I was looking for. Running through.
I have had those, and I'll take those over those little white.
Oh, lifesaver.
This is like,
All right. Ms. Pulliam is on. Okay. I'm going to go ready to call the meeting to order. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here for today's budget meeting. The time is now 12:08. Madam Clerk, I call this session to order. I think we have Ms. Pulliam via phone. All right, Ms. Pulliam is teleconferenced in. Madam Administrator, the floor is yours.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, member of the governing body. We are here again to discuss the fiscal year 2026 proposed budget. Please keep in mind that we can't close the meeting this afternoon, our commission meeting, without the budget being approved. So if you're not able to approve it, we will need to recess the meeting and hold it open until you are able to vote. This is the familiar table showing our overall situation from the original 2026 budget presentation. We started out of balance in the general fund by 11.6 million and by 9.5 million in law enforcement. That led to the $21 million figure we have been discussing. I also want to clarify, because I think there has been some confusion about the correct amount for the sheriff's office. We originally proposed an increase of 13.4 million, but that was offset by almost 4 million in new revenue for a total increase of 9.5 million. As you know, all of these numbers have changed again with the cuts that have been made but this was again our starting point. As you think about our millage rate, I want to remind you of our recent history. This slide again shows our county M&O as well as the Board of Education's millage rate, because again, I think it is helpful for the public to understand exactly what goes into their tax bill. In the third column in bold, you see the millage rate adopted by the commission each year. You can also see that every year except for 2021, the commission has adopted the rollback rate, which is designed to keep taxes relatively flat. In 2021, the commission chose to instead keep the millage rate flat from the previous year. The last time, and I repeat, the last time that this county millage rate increase was in 2014. Meanwhile, the Board of Education has been adopting rates higher than the rollback every year since 2021, as of course needed for their operations. I know there's never a good time to adopt a millage rate increase, but I truly think it would be irresponsible of me not to recommend an increase this year. We have been able to defer it for all this time, in part because of various stopgap measures, like ARPA funds, which helped us stave off the effects of inflation on our costs. But we are reaching the end of those options. Now I'd like to review where we stand after our last work session on November 13th. This is a summary we provided to you on Friday. You had consensus last week to accept the proposed reduction for Housing and Community Development and RCCI. You also had already approved the health insurance plan for 2026 in October, which includes a cost shift to employees. So the total reductions approved so far are just over $1.7 million. That leaves still $19.3 million remaining for us to balance. I will also just note that we also had consensus regarding the environmental services fee for 2026, changing the name of the garbage collection fee and funding demolition, vacant lots, and mosquito control from that funding source. To Commissioner Clark's question about mosquito control budget, mosquito control builds their annual program budget around the actual allocation that is provided, just as departments or the other NGOs do. We do not pay them on a pay per call or per spray basis. The cost just does not vary like that. We are paying for the overall cost of the service based on that allocation level that is provided. They invoice us each month for their expenses against their budget, totaling up to the full amount at the end of the year. So we have actually paid the full amount budgeted or very close to it each year. We should expect the same for 2026. Here are the other items remaining from my original recommendation for balancing the budget. As we noted, we requested a 3% cut from all departments, and we received back somewhat less than that for some of the departments. The total we have received is about $4.2 million. A full 3% cut would have been $5.7 million. These cuts are from the 2026 budget level. If we had cut from the 2025 level instead of the 2026 level, that would have been an additional $1.8 million in reductions needed. Again, if departments are pushing back on even the current 3% cut, we would not have gotten that full amount. I also want to note that I did speak with the district attorney, and he reached out to me this week regarding why his office did not or was not able to provide a 3% cut. He explained that they are finally, because of the action that this governing body has done previously regarding their budget and the additional positions that they needed and salary changes that they needed, he explained that they are finally close to fully staffed for the first time in a very long time. And he did not want to lose ground, especially as they are expanding for a 6th Superior Court judge. He wanted to emphasize that his office is not, of course, being defiant at all, but they are concerned about their ability to provide required services. So I did want to make sure I shared that with each of you publicly. For transit, we have previously proposed $884,820 in cuts to service. Based on the discussion last week, I have reduced the figure here to show us keeping Saturday service intact, which takes us to the $593,350. we will discuss that further in the later discussions. We also proposed 30% cuts to discretionary NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and 10% cuts for authorities and mandated NGOs. After the last discussion, we were directed to move the Augusta Museum of History and the Ezekiel House out of the discretionary category, and have also added a 10% cut to negotiate for our multi-year contracts, a savings of $21,000. So the updated reduction amount is $864,860. Again, we will come back to the NGO discussion. Following last week's work session, Finance did another round of reviewing general fund departments after the 3% cut, looking line by line again at any operating areas where departments have not historically utilized their full budget amount and cutting them sharply. That process yielded another $309,560 in cuts. This review was focused on operating cuts because vacant positions are already captured in lapsed salaries, and I'll be discussing that again too to give you a better understanding. If you accepted all of these reductions as listed, we would need a millage increase of about 1.69 mills to balance the general fund and law enforcement budgets. So let's talk about lapsed salaries. I know there are still questions about our lapsed salary calculation. So we wanted to try to illustrate it a little better. In our budgets, every department is budgeted as if 100% of their approved and funded positions will be filled for the entire year. So if my department has 5 active positions, I will have the funding for all 5 positions in my budget. I will have the funding. So if my department has 5 active positions, I will have the funding for all, and regardless of whether some of those positions are currently vacant, vacant positions are usually budgeted at the minimum of the salary grade. However, we know that during the course of the year, we are constantly having turnover, and we sometimes have persistent vacancies that stay vacant for months. To avoid having all those tax dollars sit unused on the back end, Finance budgets and estimated savings for those vacancies. We don't know which specific departments may have a vacancy come up, so Finance accounts for this at the end of the level of based on trends. Those estimated lapsed salaries then allow us to add funds back to the budget where we need them to balance out without having to raise any additional taxes. So here's a graphic illustration of this. The big blue box is the general fund with the departments inside it. You see the vacant positions that are in each of the departments. Those are accounted for at the fund level in this lapsed salary bucket. Then we can use those lapsed salary buckets to put money back in the budget to balance it if we do have any deficiencies. The 2026 budget includes an estimated lapsed salary savings of $6.5 million in the general fund. That is actually an increase of $1.5 million from last year, based on our actual trends. That means the first $6.5 million we have in vacant positions is already accounted for. For example, with the specific department budget Commissioner Guilford was talking about last week, that department had 2 vacant positions across fiscal years. So while you may see the $100,000 sitting in their budget unused, we are taking that into account at the fund level for the lapsed salaries. So that funding actually goes into the lapsed salaries bucket. For individual department cuts for 2026, we have allowed them to include some vacant positions in their proposed cuts, usually with a discounted savings estimate to account for the lapsed salaries. But if you are looking for drastic cost savings across the board, we are going to have to actually cut field positions. Now I'm going to defer it to Mr. Schreier so he can address any questions that you may have and explain a little more in detail the lapsed salaries. Tim?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, Interim Director. Any questions, colleagues, regarding lap salaries for?
Absolutely.
All right. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner from the 8th. I'm sorry. Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett. He's first in line. My apologies, sir.
That was a year ago. So in regards to this lab salary thing, I know you're going to go into a little more details with it. You say that you plan for having these empty positions. So if we're already not going to have these positions filled, why have them? And so why not just go ahead and subtract that out of the budget, say we're getting rid of these positions, we don't need them. I just don't understand why we continue to use this little charade of we're going to act like there's these positions here, but then we're going to take it on the back end. We're going to feed it back into the fund to make it look like we got a balanced budget. I mean, obviously that hasn't worked in the past, and I mean we've had balanced budgets. Don't get me wrong, but once again we're having the same discussion about lapse salaries that we've had for at least 7 years that I've been here.
Well, lap salaries are a budgeting tool, and we don't know which positions are going to be vacant during the year. We know based on historical trends, we have a set amount of money that we project will not be used that year. So in this case, we're projecting that with all the vacancies, and we don't know which ones, the administrator's office could have a vacancy, my office could have a vacancy. I don't know which ones somebody leaves, that position doesn't get filled right away. We have that money that's going to be sitting there. So what lapse salaries does is redirects that so it can be used for operational accounts. If we budget for 100% filled, if we budget for full employment, 100% without lapse salaries, at the end of the year, we're going to increase our fund balance by
All right, so
$6.5 million.
So Ms. Allen was saying that this year you're accounting for $6.5 million in lapse salaries that you're planning for. That's $1.5 million more than last year, or this year's $5 million.
Yes, sir.
Can you show me in the 2025 budget where the lapse salaries fed back into the?
It would be in the contingency line item. I don't know if you have the detail on your.
Probably not. This is the one that you gave me, so I'm sure that it's not. Do you know what the what number that would be?
10101 1110.
You said 2101?
10101 1110. No, 10110 1110. Sorry.
What page, man?
Page 7, top of the page. All right, well, I'm hearing there was $5 million. I'm showing here that there was 3.4 for 2024, and looks like we're over by 2.6 for 25.
That is lab salaries isn't the only thing in that category.
Okay. I'm going to get out of the queue because I'm sure some of my other colleagues can follow this up.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Schrader, as far as the lap salary that you were speaking about, normally we fund the vacant positions at the beginning of the, well, at this time of the year, is that correct?
Vacant positions are funded at 100%.
Okay, so the item that I brought up last week, where I had questioned about why did this one department go up $100,000? And it was probably due to contractual or whatever else you had said.
The comparison was what their actual expenses were to what their budget was.
Right.
So they had budgeted for 4 positions, they only had 2 filled. So those 2 positions were not, there was no expense for those 2 positions, but they're still in the budget.
Okay. So I look in the past to see the present. And I know that the finance is, well, you being the intern, determines who gets what, the level of service that you had spoke to me about last week on who got increases to keep up the level of service, which I questioned that. Looking at last year's budget, Natasha, can you put this up for me, please? There's a trend which looking at numbers, naturally budget tells a story. And this thing here should show a story about what in 2022, 23, 24, and 25. We can't finish up 25 because as of 10/13, we ain't finished the last quarter. So if we look at, let's say the first item, the actual amount spent in 2022 was $311,383. 23, $342,515. 24, we jumped it up to $491,000. And that is actually only used 307, which was actually same thing as a little bit less than 2022. But this is there's 15 different, probably 14 different line items. So can you kind of help walk me through this on how this works? Let's look at agenda item number 2, the mayor's office, for example. In 2022, it was $414,713. It jumped up a little bit, I imagine because the COLA or supplies, et cetera, it jumped up to $451,704. Then 2024, it jumped up to $1,671. I mean, 16. Anyway, my mind just went blank on me. 1,671,000. No. 602. Yeah, 671. And then they only actually used $700,000 less. And so, but we jumped it back up for the 2025 budget. So give me how do y'all in the finance world determine? So if let's say in my personal business, if I'm used to spending $5,000 a month on fuel, next year, I'll probably going to figure maybe 3% increase on fuel per month. But that's not the same scenario we have here on the line items. So can you kind of, there's a reason, it's just I don't know the reason, and the worst question is one that's not asked. So can you kind of give me an idea on how this actually works? So we show a pattern on expenses for each department. And then when we get to the 24-25 budget, we increase it dramatically, knowing that they are not going to spend the money. Can you help me out with this?
Without having the control of that department, a budget is a plan.
That's right.
So in 24 and 25, the mayor's plan was to spend this much money.
The whose?
Said the mayor.
Okay.
That was his plan to spend that much money. He didn't. So what we look at is we budget for fully staffed based on the approved positions the positions that have been approved by the body.
Right.
So authorized positions, we budget those at 100%. My staff doesn't change that unless there's directed to by the commission to reduce positions, or if department says, I want to eliminate a position.
So in 22, 23, 24, the commission said, hey, bump the mayor's up, bump the administrator's office up, bump the board of commissions, increase each one of these departments? Because I don't recall doing that.
I would have to look at the details, sir. It's actual versus budget. So again,
Right.
that's their plan. If they didn't spend it all, there's that variance. If they don't have all the positions filled, there's a variance. If they don't spend all their money for widgets, there's a variance. If they want to do something, if they're going into this year, I'm going to do a study on the effectiveness of coffee in the office. But they look at it and say, I'm not going to do that now. So that money isn't spent. So that's the variance. And that, if there's, that's what causes the variances. We look at the operational expenses closely. In your case, if your fuel expense is going up, we may recommend that your fuel budget gets increased because you're going over budget there.
Right. I think y'all always based it on $3.50 a gallon or $3.75 a gallon, which you had told me in the past. And with fuel going down, with this administration that we have in place, hopefully that'll be a offset here in the future.
Yes, sir.
And that won't be a realized savings until
The end of the year.
right, until they do the audit, correct?
Well, we base it on, we get that number, fleet management provides us with that amount. So we base it on the number of gallons and the amount on an average from the prior experience. So if you budget $3.50 a gallon for 100 gallons, but it drops down to $3, yes, there's going to be a variance. But if you're running more vehicles or if you're spending more time in the car, these are all estimates. So it's kind of a balancing act.
Okay, so let's look at a line item number one, okay? Let's start off on that one. 2022, 311,383, 23, 342, 515. Actual 2024 is 307,849. All right, so in 2025, the budget was 488,540. To date, third quarter is 206,566. So we still got one quarter left, what you had told me last week.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the chances of them doubling, this department doubling their expenses is going to be slim to none.
Correct.
So the recommendation for 2026 budget is the same thing, 480,680. Knowing that they can expend it in 2025, what's going to make them expend it in 2026? Now, take in count in 2023 that department was already had 3 people in it. I'm not picking on this one department. It's just that's the number one line item.
I understand. If they fill all 4 positions at the start of the year,
Okay.
there won't be that variance.
So we're going to pay somebody $280,000.
Salary and benefits. It's not all that, sir.
But Tim, what I'm suggesting is you control the budget. You're the one who puts these items in. Is that correct?
Who's
we?
My department puts the budgets in. We monitor the budgets. The commission authorizes the department directors to spend their budgets. We can't tell people how to spend their budgets.
No, you're correct. We do pass the budget when it's a balanced budget. I was talking, it would be nice if July 1st, nobody procures anything. That would save on our budget too, because usually when you get last quarter of the year, everybody wants to expend their budget to where they could keep the same amount for the following year. Have you seen a trend on that in all the years you've been in? Because over this past month, we spent over $2.5 million in vehicles.
What?
Vehicles.
Yeah.
Even though it's in their budget, but sometimes we could carry it over to the next year. We got a sheriff that actually carries their vehicles up to 200,000 miles, where we got other departments that only carries it to 125,000. I would expect that the government would live the same lifestyle and the same method as what the private citizens do. But as far as these line items, I think this is what we're going to have to do is, I think in our conversation last week, you said that the 25 budget was the same as 24, but in reality, it's not.
It was as close as we could get it, with some increases for the sheriff's department, some increases for contractual obligations.
Okay. How much close was that in a dollar amount, total general fund?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay. But as far as these last, I did ask last week as far as what a 2025 total general fund expenses into 2026 was. Have you gotten that? Like in 2025, it was $206,383,000. So what's the projected expenditure for 2026? $206,383,000. Then we take the 3% off.
That would be, yes, that would be the projected budget. Our budget amount would be what we're planning on spending. We typically don't spend 100%. We spend anywhere from 95 to 98% of our budget. So if you want us to eliminate positions, vacant positions, we can surely do that.
Now,
However, that's going to...
That's distorting. What I'm saying is we're making the recommendation what goes in the budget. And if we show a past of the expenditures, that should present for the future of the expenditures. But we're not doing that within our government. And then we'll say, hey, we're at $21 million deficit, but it's our own fault. Because we won't know if we have $21 million in the rear unless we get to the end of next year and go, hey, we saved because we didn't spend all the money that was budgeted. And the first thing that the commission would do is, if somebody wants to spend something, whatever they want to spend it on, the first thing that the commission would go is it in their budget?
Yes, sir. That's the plan that the departments have presented to fulfill the wishes, what they're supposed to be doing. So I guess I'm a little at a loss here, sir. I don't...
Okay.
If we want to reduce budget...
So if we reduce it at 2024, which you actually said is basically the same as 25, if we did that going into 2026, would that be a savings?
It would be a savings at the cost of operational efficiency, I believe.
The level of service is what you would call it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'll wait. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes, excuse me, Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett. I'm out. You're out? All right, Madam Administrator, I think we've answered all the questions regarding lap salaries. I think
Mr.
we're ready
Mayor,
to
may I
proceed. I'm sorry, Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine
Yeah,
Scott.
and I got back in. I just wanted to ask a question about the laps. May I address my question to the administrator?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Administrator Allen, when we do lap salaries, how do we get to the lap salaries? Do we ask each department to send you a list of, and I'm gonna just, for a better word, unused positions?
No, ma'am, it'll be in the personnel line item, and we'll see the remaining funds that are allocated in that line item, and you just add those together respectively.
Okay, and do you get input from the directors saying, hey, you got these lap salaries and it's been vacant for 2 years, and I'm gonna take them to help balance our budget?
No, ma'am, that has not been any discussion in regards to that. Now, that would totally be separate than lap salary, because you're always gonna have lap salaries because of the turnover and everything else in an organization. And how customarily it's been budgeted is to offset the respective deficits in other areas of the budget, or the remaining funds go to your fund balance.
Right.
So it's not like the money is not being secured and placed somewhere. It's just that you have to estimate for a certain amount, and the only way you can estimate for that amount of these funds is by the trends that you show. And so that's what finance has been doing, utilizing it based on trends. How much did we do in the previous 2 years? How much did we maintain from our respective lap salaries? And whether it was 4 million or what have you, the budget may have needed a 3 million or 3.2 million. They would be able to utilize those lap salaries to offset that. And then the remaining would go into fund balance. So were there any discussions, to get back to your point, Commissioner Scott? There were no discussions with the departments. We did ask initially if any department did not have needs for positions when they do their reductions, if it was necessary for a position to be reduced, they could have done that as well. But the problem is, even with the vacancy, if they got rid of a vacancy, it's not gonna do you any different because you're gonna still calculate that money in your lap salaries. It still goes to the lap salaries bucket.
Okay.
So you are capturing that savings, I guess, is to your point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. This is for, I think, the administrator, maybe Tim. In regards to the budget presented to us for the 2026, it was an increase over 25, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how much of an increase? Or a percentage-wise? What is that percentage? Over what we're actually able to change, because I know like this has everything in it, all $1.4 billion, which we do not have control over all that, so.
We'll get that information to you, Commissioner, because it's basically gonna be what you can control as the general fund and the law enforcement.
No, I'm just asking what the percentage increase is.
7.28%.
Okay, so I know when this commission asked to kind of move forward with trying to find solutions to this $21 million shortfall, $15 million was added to the 2025 budget. Where did that come from?
So we have the respective increases in our healthcare costs and all of the respective other kit with our sheriff's office, public safety, in order to provide the services that they wanted to do in public safety. Keep in mind, the governing body approved for us to do the restructure and the salaries and things of that nature, which has worked out wonderful for the public safety's office.
And I'm going somewhere with this because a lot of us up here were under the impression that when we asked for the 3% decrease, it was going from the 2025 numbers that we were trying to operate off of before we knew about all these other shortfalls. The healthcare costs, we didn't know about that when that discussion was had about the 3% decrease. I'm just trying to show that even if we do a 3% decrease from the proposed budget, it's not a 3% decrease in the budget. It's actually a 4% increase over what we did last year. And so really, it's not any sort of savings for the taxpayer whatsoever. And, we're up here talking about raising freaking taxes on people when we haven't even taken serious efforts in this government to cut away from the duplicate services, duplicate positions. If we want to keep using the service word, there are so many positions in this government that really are duplications. I mean, we have HCD sitting over there. We see his finance guy sitting over there. There's a finance guy sitting in front of me. Why does every department have a finance person when we have a finance department that should be functioning as that for this entire government? To me, it's a little disingenuous for us to be cutting 3% off of a budget when we're actually adding 4% to it.
So to respond to that, Commissioner, and I understand y'all's situation and where you stand in regards to this budget, but I will say this. You know, all of this, again, did not happen overnight. And I'm gonna tell you guys something, you're not gonna clean this up overnight. It's not gonna get cleaned up in one budget cycle. Everything that has been done has been brought to this governing body. To Mr. Schreier's point, the governing body has to do the final approval. When departments increase staffing, or when they provide services that may not necessarily be in their scope, we've had several conversations. We have great agencies, outside elected, all these other positions, departments that have great purposes and great services. However, when they increase those services to leave outside of some of their core missions, that increased. Those items, of course, were brought to the governing body. That grew the respective government. The 3% that we're talking about, we're doing across the board. However, your biggest effect is on your 3%. And I'm not saying that there are not positions that could be reduced. Believe me, because I've been on the outside seeing a lot of this going on for the last 13 years. And I can assure you, some things were not and should not have gone through. But they did, and they went through the process. So they were approved. But now we have to figure out how you clean that up. In all actuality, I'm just going to be very honest and very transparent with you, and I've always said that.
Well, you said this didn't happen overnight, Administrator. Can we go back to your slide number 3?
Yes, sir.
Because we've gone back to this numerous times during this budget discussion about how this governing body rolls back the rate. Well, we had a previous finance director who every year would stand right here and warn this entire body and talk us out of either holding the millage rate flat or even considering an increase, because even if we held it flat, she would say, well, if we do this, you know, it's technically a tax increase. But had we just held it flat, I think we can see by these numbers here that we would be in a far better position today, even going back to 21, when that is the only year that I've been up here that we held the rate flat. And even then, we were greatly warned about the implications of that. But I just think that when we are receiving information on these types of decisions, you know, the blame is constantly put on this body that, well, y'all rolled the taxes back, you shouldn't have done that. That's how you got us here. Why'd y'all do this? But we had a finance team who was telling us, well, if you don't do it, then this is what's going to happen. So I just want to make sure that that point is out there, that we were operating off the information that was given to us by the professionals in the positions that should be able to give us those answers.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Allen, Mr. Schrader, y'all had done something that it has not been done before, because y'all actually are proven leadership. You are the one who actually has not covered up things over the past, like in the past. If we would have had the same administration, we wouldn't have known that we were $21 million in debt this year. I want to commend both of y'all, even though y'all are catching the havoc now, because y'all uncovered, you put the light on the issues where the shortfall is. Like you said, Madam Administrator, it didn't happen overnight. We all realize that. This was from the past, from when Odie was in here. He was here for a short time, but he caused a lot of damage. It caused so much damage that it lasted until present day. But as far as this budget, I think anything that we have increase in a line item, anything over 3%, tell us the reason why, line item wise. You know, because we're trying to figure it out and we can't.
It is very difficult, Commissioner Guilfoyle, to your point.
Absolutely.
And basically, we look at a lot of it by the fund level, not necessarily by the actual line item.
Right.
So if we do reduce a budget, a department's budget by the fund level, then they would have to make sure they stay within that amount of money that's been allocated to them. So you may see a larger amount on one of the respective line items.
Right.
But at the end of the day, they're gonna have to utilize that money to probably do something to offset another request that may be in another line item that the money was not in. So I know it's very difficult to understand it at the line item, because it looks like an increase. I know, one of the gentlemen asked me about a line item for the Riverwalk. And we found out that the Riverwalk, what they did was they included salaries out of, that they normally would include in another line item, they included in that line item. So they made it look like they was getting an increase. Do you see what I'm saying? So the line item, keep in mind, a budget is a living document. It's going to
It is.
change and change and change. However, how the funds, we have to do a better job of how we do the allocation. I don't disagree, and that's something that Tim and I have spoken about. That is something, the process of the whole budget in its entirety, we're looking at redoing all of that. So we can prevent us, of course, when we can, I'm not making any excuses because I don't do that. But of course, when we first came in here, the budget process was already pretty much done in 2024. So we went with what we had to do to get us a balanced budget, because that's our requirement. But this year, as we have gone through it for 2026, I think administration and finance both have realized that there are a number of things that need to be changed in the processes and the way we do things as it relates to the budget.
That's right.
So that's kind of where we are. I think we all realize there's a shift, and we need to look at doing things differently.
You're correct. But on this budget item here, though, I would ask the finance, intern finance director, if we have an increase in certain line items, tell us what it is. I know that it's from contractual to employee higher learning. This budget won't be passed today, by the way. The budget's a living document, we all know that. But once we cross that line and increase the taxes with a millage rate, that's not a living document. It's a hard number that impacts every citizen in Augusta, Richmond County. The only saving grace that I would see, one, the sheriff's department needs their money, and I know that. When it comes to safety, no, Mr. Tim?
No, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, continue. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, actually, I was trying to figure out what Tim was talking about, with the head nodding.
You just eliminated $70 million from the budget that could be adjusted.
I couldn't hear you, sir.
If you eliminate the sheriff, that's $85 million?
8.5?
No, 85, if you eliminate, out of $221 million, $86 million of it is for the sheriff.
Right.
So that means you're balancing your budget on the balance, the rest of the general fund.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, you got your judicial side as well.
Okay, so now you're cutting that back to probably 35% of the budget is what is not controlled by elected officials or the judges or boards.
Okay.
Is that what you're asking us to do, is
No, sir, I was just...
$13 million from those budgets?
No, sir. What I was asking, show us the departments that had the increase of 3% or greater. Give us the reason, instead of us trying to figure it out and trying to ask these questions on the floor.
Can I ask, is that excluding the sheriff's department and the judges?
Let's look at any kind of expenses, sir. Right, the sheriff's agreed to the 3% decrease, but as far as, we were committed last year to give the sheriff additional money. We were committed to give the DA money. We can't retract on our word on that part. But we did increase the budget. How much? 15 million?
15 million from
Okay.
2025 to
Out of that
2026.
15 million, how much of that 15 million, since you brought it up, went to the sheriff's department and the judicial side of it?
$9 million went to the sheriff's
Okay,
department.
so we still had $6 million went where?
To the general fund, I'm not sure what the allocation is between the different departments. We'll get you the information, sir.
Thank you, Tim.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Interim Director Schreier. Tim, you're doing great work. I think that the work that you're doing to dig through this budget is exhausting, but I know you're doing the best that you can. And I want to also say, just for the record, that for the last 5 years that I've been up here, I remember very vividly the warnings coming from your office about needing to raise this mill rate, and the fact that we were in a position to where we were going to have to talk about how we increase revenue. And each year, the commission decided to do differently, and it was very, very obvious that the position was that we wanted to be, we wanted to run our government like a business. We wanted to be fiscally conservative and things like that. And as you see now, we're in a position to where we're having to reckon with some of the decisions that were made for not exploring additional revenue costs, additional revenue sources. And so I want to say that. And then what I also want to kind of shift into talking about, and I know that it's probably going to be in here somewhere else, is that we see that we're not going to be able to cut our way out of whatever position we're in right now. It's just not going to happen. We're not going to be able to cut out of this hole unless we're willing to send people home for the holiday, right? And so the question that I want to put out here, and it's not really, it's more of a statement than it is a question, but I'm going to form it as a question, is that, what additional revenue generating options do we have as a government outside of just raising people's property taxes? I know that we have a growing population of Airbnbs and Verbos and things of that nature. When homes sell, there's opportunities there. There's opportunities for us to collect revenue in other ways than just going out and taxing people's property. If that weren't the case, other cities around us wouldn't be doing what they're doing. So with this conversation about how do we address this deficit that we keep saying happened over the course of X amount of years, I've been up here for 5 years, and this is the first time I've heard that we are, $21 million in the hole, right? Every year it's a different number. Every year there's a different story. Every year there's a different conversation. And quite frankly, we pay administration and staff to advise us and to help us make decisions. I mean, that's why the positions were created, was to advise the commission on what decisions to make. So anyhow, we know that we have to bring in revenue. And I want us to start looking at ways that we can bring in revenue outside of property tax increases, which if it happens, it happens. But I think we have to get creative in how we address additional revenues. Is that through licensing? Is that through permitting? Is that through Airbnbs? Is that through payroll taxes? What other types of revenue generation can we tap into that we have historically not even considered, not even addressed, that can get the city to gaining additional revenues? And that is not to say, well, we're getting ready to shake down people and milk the city. But, we want to be Charlotte, we want to be Columbus, we want to be Atlanta, we want to be all these other places. Let's even take that off the table. We just want to get our grass cut. We can't do it with the money that we're bringing in currently. And that is the bottom line. So we can go back and forth about whose fault it is and who did this and whatever. The point is, we're not bringing in revenue. And I said it this morning, if I have four subscriptions to four different channels or whatever, and I can only afford one, I'm gonna have to cut somewhere, right? But in our case, just going in and taking a knife and slashing and dashing is just not gonna get us anywhere. So we need to look at how to build revenue in other places. Lastly, and I'm going to yield the floor, is I know we said that we have to recess today's meeting, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding properly. Do we have to recess today's meeting, or do we have to recess if we don't pass the budget by the end of this calendar year? Is it the calendar year, or is it the budget meeting?
Attorney Plunkett.
The ordinance says that it has to be passed by the second meeting in November. By statute, it has to be before the end of the year, but our ordinance provides for this meeting. And that's why we recess this meeting before we have the next.
Okay, and could that ordinance be changed in the future to give this commission more time to dig through the budget? Because if we're going to start in September or October, we can't be expected to finish a budget by the second week in November. Can we change that ordinance to allow us more time to work on these budgets?
Yes, sir. I think you've got two ways to look at it. Is you could extend it further into the year, or alternatively, you can start your budget cycle, which puts pressures on finance and the administration. I believe it was done this way was to avoid excessive meetings during the holiday season. It was like, let's go ahead and get this over and done. And so, but certainly you could adopt an ordinance that says the first meeting in December, but statutorily, you're going to do one by December 31st.
Yeah, I think this budget cycle should start much earlier than what we have historically started it, because all these questions, questions are going to come. We're going to find something. We got to start these budget cycles early. We got to start having these mid-year budget reviews early so that we're not caught off guard when it comes down to some of the questions that the Mayor Pro Tem and the Commissioner from the 8th are trying to get to the bottom of. I think those kind of questions need to be answered well before we get to this point in our budget conversations.
Commissioner Johnson, if I may, and I may be speaking a little out of turn for finance, but some of it, I believe, is a little bit of a staffing issue, is that if you look at this year as 6-month increments, part of the year is being audit. So January to June is auditing time, and then June to December to September, October is budgeting time. So you're putting some different strains on your staffing issues as well. So that's why historically we've not started budgeting earlier in the year, is my understanding.
I understand, but I also understand that every year we get to this point where we're trying to figure out how to get a budget passed by the second Tuesday in November. And for the last couple of years that I've been here, it hadn't gotten done because there's always too much work, or it's always a staffing issue, or we don't have the capability, we don't have the capacity, it's too much for our staff to do. I don't want to hear any of that going forward. I think that the biggest thing here is that we have a hell of a mountain to climb, and we should have started climbing it months ago. And here we are at the meeting that we're set to pass a budget, and we still have questions that are looming. That's going to cause administration and finance to have to go back to the table and bring us something again. So we're going to be working through the holiday anyway. We do it every year. So I'm not, saying that to you. I'm just saying in general, this is the conundrum that we continue to put ourselves in. And I don't understand for the life of me why we just. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, colleagues, let me remind you that we have a hard stop at 12:30 and that we have an executive session. I'm sorry, 1:30. 1:30. So we have about 27, 28 minutes. Can we allow the administrator to get through the presentation, or Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem from the 10th? Can you keep it?
Yeah, this is just a simple question for the attorney as well as for Mr. Schrader or the administrator, doesn't matter to me. Attorney Plunkett, Lena could probably contest to this. When I first got on in 2010, the previous commission did not pass the budget until the newbies got on the floor to where we did pass it from the previous year. How was that done?
Mr. Commissioner, I don't recall that specifically. My involvement was in about 2005 and to about 2008, 2009, and then since those times, I've done a lot of stuff with y'all, but not nearly the day-to-day that I've been doing for the last 16 months.
No problem, Mr. Plunkett.
But we'd be happy to try to find that out for you.
It's no big. Madam Administrator, all right, with this being a living document, whatever happens on this floor, whether we get rid of the underutilized parts, if we're able to relinquish or get out of debt with what HCD had put us in, to where we could at least replenish some of our funding by selling properties. And plus, we got this House Bill 581 that would come in effect in 2027, which would reduce everybody's millage rate if it passes. I think this is some of the things we have in our little toolbox, as well as privatizing which departments if it's cost savings. Furloughs is not off the table. or layoffs is not off the table. So one way or another, we're going to find a path forward if it's the consensus of this commission. Thank you, Madam Administrator.
You're welcome.
All right, Madam Administrator, let's continue.
All right, so, okay, thank you. So speaking of options, we're showing you 3 scenarios for balancing the general fund and law enforcement fund for 2026. First is what we have already discussed, the original recommendation for a 1.69 mil increase. That would include accepting the cuts departments and finance have already provided, including the 6 field positions and a 30% cut to discretionary NGOs. The second option is to do a meal increase just for the sheriff's office needs. When we were speaking last week, I may have said 1.5 mil for this number, but with their revenue increases and the cuts they have offered, the law enforcement fund is now about 7.8 million out of balance, which is just under a mil. That would leave us with a gap of about 5.4 million. If you make up that gap through cuts to the other departments, that would be a 9.5% total cut to the rest of the general fund. If you exclude elected officials, it would be a 13%. In that scenario, I would also recommend eliminating discretionary NGOs. Depending on which specific positions were included, this would likely be a cut of between 60 to 90 positions. And again, we're talking about field positions. And as you can see, excluding the elected officials at the bottom would give 24.75% total reduction. If you're not prepared to do that meal increase at all, and I know it seems like you're not, we were just looking at cuts. We need to find about 13.4 million. That would be a total cuts of 11% across the board, including the sheriff's office and all elected officials. You would, of course, have to determine if you would like to include the elected officials in this cut. If you exclude them, we are talking about a 24.75% total cut, again, to our general fund departments. That is extremely, extremely severe. That means we could lose about 1 out of every 4 or 5 employees in our recreation, animal services, code enforcement, traffic engineering, central services, information technology, and all of the remaining departments. Departments would have to come back with their plan to implement those cuts. But big picture, that means most of our closing of our community centers, reducing some of our service hours, and extending service wait times for some of our general fund functions. So before we dive too deeply into those options, I do want to talk about 2 other possible options for a small cost savings.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Commissioner from the first.
Can I ask a question before we move on, just to make sure I understand?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying if we exclude the elected officials and the sheriff, then those positions would be eliminated from our general fund, or if we include them? Could you help me understand that piece again?
Yes, sir. So they would have, the departments would actually come back, but we would expect that 60 to 90 of the positions would have to be cut.
If we exclude them?
That's correct, yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, well, that's for the 1 meal. If we did the 1 meal, I'm sorry, Commissioner. But if we don't do a meal at all, we're looking at between 120 to 240 positions. Excluding. That's right, if you exclude. Yes, sir.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor? If we include them, then what does that look like?
If we include them, if you exclude the sheriff, we're looking at 17%, and if you exclude the elected officials, it's another 21.75%.
Okay, so if we include them, then we wouldn't have to send people
As
home?
many people from general fund, but
But there will be some people going home and throughout the general fund?
yes, but with the elected officials, and we may have to ask legal about this, we can't necessarily just do a reduction in force as we currently understand it. You would have to do it by budget reduction, and then they would have to determine how they wanted to utilize that budget reduction, and that would be something Mr. Plunkett would have to address.
Got it. Thank you, Administrator. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Scott from the ninth.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the administrator a question? Yes, ma'am. When we're talking about cutting and some people going home, would this cause a rift?
Yes, ma'am. It would be a reduction in force. It would be actually field positions.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Administrator, continue.
Okay. So additional options to Commissioner Johnson's point earlier, we have looked at, and I will be honest, is looking at the excise tax. This has been discussed in the past and was recently raised again by former Commissioner Moses Todd. And just to give you a little history, in 2013, I actually proposed doing the excise tax for our 2014 budget, but the governing body did not support that recommendation at the time. But I think now it gives you an opportunity to look at getting those as additional revenue sources in. As a little history, Georgia implemented a statewide sales tax exemption on energy used in manufacturing. And to help cities and counties with their lost revenue, a new excise tax option was created to replace the sales tax. The commission at that time, of course, like I stated, did not approve it. However, if we are putting options on the table, this is an option that is still available to us. Basically, this would apply the normal sales tax rate to the manufacturing energy costs that are currently exempt. That would be on things like natural gas, gasoline, wood, solid fuel, water, and et cetera, used in the manufacturing process. It is hard to project exactly how much revenue this tax would generate, but based on comparison of the current sales tax collections, Mr. Schreier is estimating that this could yield about $2 million for Augusta in 2026. This tax can be imposed just by the commission adopting an ordinance. But if you would like to pursue this option, it would need to be approved soon in order to maximize how much we could collect in 2026. Finance has also reached out to ACCG to find out what other counties have this excise tax in place, and they are listed here on the screen. In our TIA region, we see that Columbia County, Jenkins County, McDuffie County, and Warren counties all have this tax.
All right, Madam Administrator, I see Commissioner Garrett in the queue, but I would warn before moving forward with this, we'd like to hear back from our chamber and some of our business community before we would make a decision like this. That was yours? All right, okay, all right. All right, let's continue, Madam Administrator.
All right. I will state this too. We heard from our chamber in 2013 as well. And of course, within the chamber, they're not going to be supportive of such an excise tax being instilled on the businesses. So again, it's going to be a policy decision. I'll come back to y'all again and say the same thing I said then. You're going to have to render a decision. Are we willing to take care of the businesses, or are you willing to start taking care of the operations? I mean, we have to look at the revenue that could be brought in. If we're saying no, that's fine, but I think, and if we want to hear, I can assure you, and I'm not trying to be a mind reader here, but I do not think anybody from the chamber is going to come and say, let's do it. Just saying. Because based on previous discussions had before, but I understand.
Commissioner Garrett?
Thank you, Mayor. All right, one follow-up question here, and really the thing that we should all take in consideration here is, will it affect other industries from locating here if we implement this? And have we talked to our development authority yet?
We have not, sir, spoken to our Economic Development Authority. I think, I'll be honest, I think they do a great job in bringing people in. I don't think this would hinder it, but again, we have no problem in reaching out to them as well as the Chamber of Commerce.
All right, Madam Administrator, let's go. Let's continue.
All right. The additional options for balancing the general fund and other places we can look for savings is at our included cost of living increases. Now, I'll be honest with you, commissioners, I'm extremely hesitant to even raise this because I truly believe that our employees need to have regular increases in the face of the inflation we all are feeling in our respective personal lives. We had this discussion when we started talking about increasing the respective healthcare rates. And if you're looking at cutting significant numbers of positions, just to be very candid, I'm very concerned about the effect that will have on the morale for the remaining staff. So I believe some level of cost of living increase is needed in the budget, no matter what. No matter when we implement it, no matter the amount, I just think we need to do something. And I know it sounds conflicting because you're faced with now reducing and sending people home. And then at the same time, you're going to be looking at or considering whether or not you give the staff that is still here a cost of living increase. I mean, it's unfortunately, it's a balance act. Fiscally, I would say you get rid of it altogether. If, fiscally, to be fiscally sound and responsible, I would have to recommend that you do away with the cost of living increase altogether. But seeing the employees and knowing what some of them are doing and how much they commit themselves to the services that we provide to citizens, it's very difficult to stand here and say that. Our original proposal is a 3% cost of living, which will start in January. And again, if you decided to reduce the COLA to 2%, that would generate another savings of $1 million for the general fund and law enforcement funds. We have played with the percentages again and again and the start dates to generate a lot of different scenarios. But if we are going to do a cost of living increase at all, I think it's an appropriate range. Again, this is ultimately the governing body's decision.
All right, thank you, Madam Administrator. Colleagues, will remind you, it's now 1:15. We have a 1:30 hard cutoff. Commissioner Johnson, I saw you in the queue. You out? You're out? All right, continue, Madam Administrator.
For transit, we originally asked the department to model $1 million reduction in its operating transfer from the general fund. And Ms. Daughtery brought back another proposal to save costs by reducing bus services on 5, 6, and 7, which are the only 3 routes that have 2 bus services. So there will still be 1 bus running on every route. That proposal would also have eliminated Saturday service on all routes. After last week's work session, Ms. Daughtery has also added an option of eliminating the route with the lowest ridership, which is Route 2 to West Parkway. Based on last week's discussion, I have included $593,350 in the recommended cut, which would maintain Saturday service and does not eliminate Route 2 until a final route study can be completed next year. Again, the department will need to explore microtransit options. We have stated that on many occasions, which they believe, unfortunately, will have like a 6-month lead time to stand up. But we are working with the current provider now to look at other options, and they have been looking at how we can better optimize our routes.
All right, Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. One question. We actually have procured a new contract with another vendor.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they in line with your proposal, or have you all talked to them at all?
I think Ms. Daughtery has. I don't want to confirm that. But they are realizing that we're trying to look at optimization of the routes and everything altogether.
So, and I remember they were here when we was doing the budget, and they had said that they wanted to put some boots on the ground to go and start doing the study. Have they started doing?
They are gathering all their information now, but they are here. Yes, ma'am. They are out there doing all of that now.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Administrator, let's continue.
Okay. The next is the proposed non-governmental organizations. The 2026 recommended budget already includes a 30% reduction for the discretionary agencies and a 10% reduction for authorities and other non-discretionary agencies, like our public health and the library. Again, we moved the Augusta Museum of History and the Ezekiel House to the mandated category as you directed us last week. I've also added a 10% cut to negotiate for our multi-year contracts, which is an additional savings of the $21,000. With that change, the updated general fund savings is $864.860. If you want to consider a more severe cut to the discretionary agencies, if we said let's do a 50% reduction, that would be an additional $249,560 in savings for the general fund. Reducing authorities and mandated by 15% instead of 10% would save another $184,340. Fully eliminating all discretionary funding would save an additional nearly $1 million for the general fund. With any of these scenarios, we also have the option of implementing a competitive process. That is something that Commissioner Pulliam has discussed, as they do in Chatham County. If we were to do that, we would have to reduce all discretionary agencies to zero and then evaluate them for inclusion under a maximum funding amount that this governing body would dictate what is going to be the maximum funding amount. And if we did that competitive process, you would probably want to open it up to other agencies as well, because I'm sure there are other agencies that would request funding as well under that policy. So some agencies may have their funding severely reduced or even eliminated, and others may receive an increase from their current level, because it would depend on the actual process that's put in place.
All right. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
Thank you. In regards to these NGOs and especially the discretionary ones that you're naming them, how is it that they do not have to apply for these funds each year, or do they?
They do, yes, sir. They do apply. They do submit an application. This year,
And who approves those, other than us when we do our budget?
That's exactly what it is, as part of the budget. They
Okay,
normally include it.
so why is it presented to us that we're going to automatically approve them? Why don't you bring them to us one by one each year to approve or not approve? That way it's not just a rubber stamp that it's understood that they're going to be renewed each year. I mean, frankly, this is the first time I've ever, I know we've been talking through this list for a while, but this is the first year that this has happened where we've actually taken a look at these. And, some of these, I have a lot of questions like, what service do they provide to the entire community? But that's just something that I think that we should take a close look at, because frankly, I think we need to be part of that approval process, not just when it's put into our budget, that it's already a done deal. Because I'm assuming, I guess it's your staff that gets these applications each year?
So normally they go through to the finance department, and I'll be honest with you, it's normally been, and again, it's one of those processes that has normally been in place for a number of years. That's why I was saying we could do what Commissioner Pulliam had referenced in doing a competitive process. That means you wipe them all out.
Well, I'd like to see us just set a flat figure, say, we're going to do $50,000 or $60,000 per year, cap it.
That's right. That's exactly what she's talking about.
I know a lot of other entities around the state do that as well. And, as I've said before, if you're truly an NGO, you should be able to operate without these funds. And if that's part of the concern with those that are worried about their budget cuts, I think you really have to take a closer look at whether you're truly an NGO or not.
Yes, sir.
All right, colleagues, we got 9 minutes and 5 slides. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th.
Real quick, I just want to impress this part. This one, you made a great point, Madam Administrator, on the fact of what we're up against. We're talking about it or doing a reduction in force, or we're talking about continuing to fund entities that have no direct support in our overall functions. Not saying they don't have great missions, not saying they don't bring value to the overall community. But what we're doing a budget on is the operational functions of Augusta-Richmond County to the constituents of Augusta-Richmond County, not necessarily to overly commit ourselves to this growing list of organizations that, again, some of more than like a majority of them are nonprofits, and we got to get out of this habit. And that's just my opinion. I'm only one voice on it. But right now, we're up against letting go our employees and drawing down our services significantly to maintain this type of process. We got to redo our process. So I'm going to tell you, I heard you all earlier, and I've been really kind of biting my tongue altogether about saying too much. But what we're doing right now is we're pulling back the curtains to really show some bad habits that have lingered over the years. And at the end of the day, we just got to clean it up. So I know we're going to get there. It's not going to be a fun process, but it's going to be a necessary one to get us to a better way of doing business. So, but this piece right here, we're going to have to take a harder look at this, because we have created over the years we've created a situation where now it's come to a head. And right now, I think everyone needs to keep at the forefront of their priorities. Are we letting go our employees just to hold on to these external agencies that aren't directly feeding into the operations that our constituents are depending upon each and every day? Thank you.
All right, Madam Administrator, let's move on.
Okay. Also, to revisit the question about the vegetation maintenance, we had proposed 3 scenarios for you a couple of weeks ago, and we wanted just to reshare that information with you. I would like to hear if there's a consensus about any of these respective 3 options. We emailed you these slides, and if you look at the various options, option 1 is our status quo, plus keeping the existing crews where they currently are, embedded in our engineering, central services, and recreation, so they'll still be at the various departments. This option would give the most resources into the direct service delivery. I think that was Commissioner Johnson's request, is find out who gives the most funding to that, which option 1 does that. If you look at the highlighted area at the bottom, that provides the $640,000. Option 2 would combine staff and equipment from the departments, taking those respective staff out of those departments and forming one department. Ultimately, they will give us an additional $420,000 of service level resources. And finally, we're looking at option 3, which is our central services, putting it under there. It's basically the same as option 2, but instead of a standalone department, we will be consolidating into a new division in central services. And you would ultimately have $510,000, Commissioner Johnson, to allocate for the service level.
All right, Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hate that we're calling it the option 1 status quo, because that's what I'm getting ready to suggest. And I don't want Susan McCord saying, Johnson said we're going to go with the status quo. But I do think that ultimately this option gives the most resources. Options 2 and 3, while I think have value, in my mind have too many unknowns, with the warehouse space capital budget being undetermined. I understand that this is where we want to go. So what I would suggest is that we take option 1 and then we work towards moving towards option 2 once we have an opportunity to understand what that capital budget request is going to be. I just think going into this new budget, going into 2026, we have to know what our variables are like now. And it's kind of tough to make a decision on 2 or 3. I'm sorry, 2 or 3 without really knowing what that capital budget is going to be. And that's my biggest concern. And then I also see that we would be splitting dollars doing that. So again, I'm like Commissioner Clark, I'm only one voice to it, but I think that just going into 26, I think it'd be easier to know what we're working with and then start working more intently towards supporting a standalone department once we have a better understanding of what that capital budget request would be. And that applies for 2 and 3 as well. So I'll just throw that out there, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the third.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't say much unless I've stood up here and I've been listening, but I am going to. I'm only one commissioner up here, but I do know that over the past several years that I've been on this dais, we have batted back and forth about how, it's confusing for constituents to say, all right, I've called Parks and Recs to handle. To call about getting grass cut, but no, it's RCCI that's supposed to be doing it, and not Parks and Recs or engineering. We got a chance to do a standalone, and here's our chance. I feel like that all vegetation, any grass cutting, any median maintenance, ponds, what have you, need to be in one department with one director and staff. And we've talked about it, and here we got a chance to do this. So I'm one commissioner, but I say option 2. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. The first is, Ms. Allen, you presented us with a presentation a few weeks ago that showed perfectly which department handles which type of maintenance. And I think if we were able to keep that to clear our confusion up, I think that'd be helpful, because if I get a constituent that calls me about it right away, I know not to send it to Dr. Malik, or I know not to send it to Tamika Williams. So I think if we had just that understanding of who we should direct those calls to outside of 301, I think that'd be helpful for us, because I think a lot of the confusion is not really on the departments. They know who's responsible. I think a lot of that confusion is on us and not knowing how to direct those calls. The second is, with these options 2 and option 3, what do you foresee the capital budget being for the warehouse space and the office space?
So at this point, we don't, it's to your point, it's unknown. We know Central Services is looking for the location based on actual property that we own. So we're looking at a cost neutral. However, we don't know finally, what we're looking at this point.
Does the $800,000 for option 2 include the benefits for these new positions?
Yes, sir.
They do.
So
include
that 800,000 is
everything.
across, yes, sir.
Okay, but the only thing that we have towards actual doing the job, the maintenance, is 420?
No, sir, that's just additional funds. Those are the additional funds. Dr. Malik had originally requested about $350,000 originally, stating that $450,000 would be a better number for us to look at increasing the budget by to meet some of these services. So this is in addition to what they currently have when we put everything together from those various departments.
Okay, so with option 1, we would have $640,000 additional to do the work.
Yes.
Option 2, we would have $420,000 additional to do the work. Okay, and at this point, we don't really know what these office and warehouse space cost is going to be.
Yes, we're hoping it's going to be cost neutral, but I don't want to.
How many other, unknown variables do you think we have in options 2 and 3? Are there any that you can foresee, you or finance?
The only thing that I could think of is the actual equipment, and we're getting that list of equipment together. That still would have to go in the pool and be allocated to whichever of these options that you select.
So it could potentially be more than the $800,000 cost?
We're hoping.
Potentially?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's not, but our goal is not to have to be cost neutral for that first year.
But there is a potential for there to be additional costs brought back to the commission based off of options 2 and 3?
It could potentially.
Could
yes,
possibly.
sir.
Okay, all right. Does that also apply for option 1?
We know right now, we normally get respective increase requests. I'm not saying that it could not happen, but I don't see it happen is what I would say.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. And let me remind the colleagues, it is a known variable, but we still aren't cutting the grass today. So I think by having the opportunity of consolidating that effort to one department with single accountability benefits our community. With economic development, it is one of our most basic needs we owe this city. So I'm going to continue hammering home that. All right, Madam Administrator, we're over. How many more slides we got?
Just one.
One more. All right, let's go. All right.
Okay, last but not least, so as we conclude, here are the 2 main options on the table pretty much for the balancing of the general fund. The first column shows our original proposal, which includes the 1.69 mil increase. The second column shows the effect of no meal increase at all, with the additional cuts to departments and the non-governmental organization. If you pursued the energy excise tax or modified the cost of living increase as we discussed, we would also adjust the final amount of department reductions, because that would have to be adjusted. I would look for your direction about any of these respective paths that you would like to take. And that concludes the presentation for today.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Pardon me? We're going to have the discussion during commission because it's up for vote this afternoon. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to turn this over to Returning Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, you would need to call the special call meeting to order first, please, sir.
Okay. All right, I adjourn this budget session and I call to order the special call meeting. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to go into executive session to discuss real estate matters, please.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Times.
Need somebody else to vote. Commissioner Scott, you're in the queue, ma'am. Vote. Mr. Pulliam's not here. You need to vote, sir. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. And we're going to 293.
No,
Done.
291.
291, the big room with the.
Yes.
Okay, 291. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Lee N. Bid Commission Chambers. Our colleagues are congregating. Give us a few minutes and we'll be ready to get started. We apologize for our delay as we've been in legal and executive session, but we're ready to start here in just a minute. Thank you so much. Come up here. Madam Clerk? Just a second. All right. Yeah, take it down here. All right. Madam Clerk, we ready now? Yes, sir. Madam Clerk, I call this session back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to have you execute the closed meeting affidavit.
Second.
All right, I heard a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Commissioner from the 10th, seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Okay. Let them vote, and then before I do it.
Is Commissioner Pulliam still on?
Yes, sir. How are you voting for the closed meeting affidavit, Commissioner Pulliam? Yes. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There are none.
If there are none, we're prepared to start our regularly scheduled commission meeting. Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I'll call that meeting to order.
Okay. Call your attention to the invocation portion of our regular meeting, which will be shared with us today by Reverend David B. Hunter, pastor of the Lutheran Church of the Resurrection. And I think I saw our Clerk of Superior Court, Ms. Hattie Sullivan, if she's in the chamber.
Ms. Sullivan, you still here?
Yes. Would you please stand and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
Thank you.
In the 13th chapter of Romans, St. Paul writes, "Let every person be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God. And those authorities that exist have been instituted by God." That should cause us to pray something like this. O Lord, our governor, your glory shines throughout the world. We commend our nation and our community to your merciful care, that we may live securely in peace and may be guided by your providence. Give all those in authority the wisdom and strength to know your will and to do it. Help them remember that they are called to serve the people as lovers and instruments of truth and justice, through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Hunter. And again, we all know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
By these presents be it known, Reverend David B. Hunter, pastor of the Lutheran Church of the Resurrection, is our chaplain of the day. God bless you and thank you.
Thank you. God bless you too.
And now we know, right? Now we know.
Reverend Hunter, thank you so much for that prayer, and thank you for being here today, sir.
Most welcome.
We appreciate your patience.
I have to leave quick.
I totally understand. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, we're running behind. Let's keep moving to the delegation portion. I'm sorry, the recognition portions of this meeting.
Yes, sir. Call your attention to item A, recognition of the Stokeland Temple number 22 for the volunteering efforts in Augusta Parks and Recreation by the Georgia Recreation Parks Association. Ms. Tamika Williams, our Director of Augusta Recreation.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to do this recognition. The Augusta Recreation and Parks Department submitted a state-level nomination to the Georgia Recreation and Parks Association, District 1, for one of our local volunteer groups. On October the 22nd, 2025, Stokeland Temple 22 was the recipient of the 2025 Voluntarily Lay Award. This award recognizes volunteers whose efforts have had the lasting efforts on programs and the community, and the service to any aspect of leisure services and movement. Volunteers are the heartbeat of any organization, and Stokeland Temple 22 exemplifies this spirit through their unwavering dedication to the Augusta Recreation and Parks Department. Guided by their mission to educate the members through clarity, transparency, thereby strengthening the knowledge base of their organization, these men generously give their time, energy, and talents to enrich our community. From cooking fresh fish on Fridays for seniors, to mentoring youth on life lessons, to gifting toys to every summer camp participant on a hot summer day, their service touches lives all across all ages. Their presence at our facilities and events reflects compassion, consistency, and community pride. Stokeland Temple 22 is more than a volunteer group. They are pillars of service in the community. So today, we want to say thank you and congratulations to the Stokeland Temple 22. And the last thing that reads from the Augusta Recreation and Parks Department, your recognition of partners and volunteers, and this certificate is presented to the Stokeland Temple 22 for their outstanding partnership and volunteerism in the Augusta Richmond County community. Thank you.
Director, thank you so much. Gentlemen, ladies, thank you so much for all the great work that you do throughout our community. It's well noted, and we see you, so we're very appreciative for everything that you do. Madam Clerk, let's move to the next recognition portion of this meeting.
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, offers its congratulations to the 2025 October 25 50 Years of Service recipients and the 2025 October Employee of the Month recipient, which will be presented today by our Human Resources Director, Ms. Anita Ruckert. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, distinguished guests. It gives me great pleasure as the HR Director to recognize our October Years of Service recipients. For the month of October, we had 27 employees celebrate 5 to 50 years of service. The total years of service today and institutional knowledge that we will be representing today is 370 years. So yes, that's outstanding. This afternoon, we're going to recognize 25 to 50 years of service recipients. So when I call your name, please come forward. Jenny Sapp, Tax Assessor's Office, 35 years. Steve Strickland. Steve Strickland, Sheriff's Office, 35 years. Christy Key, Clerk of Superior Court, 30 years. LaDonna Bates, RCCI, 25 years. Congratulations to our years of service recipients. Mayor Johnson, Employee Recognition Committee has selected Yasera DeJesus, we call her Jessie, for the 2025 October Employee of the Month for Augusta, Georgia. Jessie's currently serving in the Finance Department, where she has consistently demonstrated an exceptional level of initiative and commitment to excellence. From the moment she joined the department, she took it upon herself to streamline operations. Her proactive nature ensured that no task is left undone, and she continuously seeks opportunities to improve workflow. She exemplifies what it means to take ownership of her role and continue meaningful things for the team. Her exceptional organizational skills and attention to detail have directly improved productivity and accuracy in the daily process. She also shown outstanding fiscal responsibility and reinforcedness in managing departmental expenses. Her particular approach saves the department money while managing quality standards. Jessie consistently looks for ways to optimize spending, demonstrating both initiative and sound judgment. Based on the nomination for Jessie's outstanding service, the Employee Recognition Committee would appreciate you joining us in recognizing her as the 2025 October Employee of the Month.
I would like to say Jessie is just
Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Ms. Jessie DeJesus. All the employees celebrating more than 375 years of service to this community. What a blessing. All right. Madam Clerk, she's on the way. We got one more recognition. I got to come back down. All right.
Call your attention to our recognition C, which is our 2025 City Arts Grant Awards via the Greater Augusta Arts Council.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, commissioners, and administrators for Augusta-Richmond County. I'm Mickey Williford, member of the Board of Directors for the Greater Augusta Arts Council and chair for the 2025 City Arts Grants Panel, and I stand here today with Denise Tucker, Executive Director for the Greater Augusta Arts Council. As with every year, the Grants Panel is a diverse group of citizens who share one key attribute: a passion for the advancement of Augusta-Richmond County through community arts and culture. This year's panelists were Shakia Chanel, Jason Craig, Pamela Jackson, Sheila Kamath, and Lasima Turman. On behalf of the Arts Council, I want to publicly thank them for their service on this year's panel. For 2025, the City of Augusta, allocated $71,000 to be distributed among eligible nonprofit arts and culture organizations that operate in the Richmond County area. This year, we awarded operating grants to 13 organizations and project grants to 3. At this time, I'd like to name each organization and ask a representative to come to the front if present. They'll receive a certificate today, and we'd like to get a group photo at the end if the mayor's willing, and it appears that he is. Representatives, as I call your organization's name, please come to the front. Augusta Choral Society. Augusta Chorale of Georgia. Augusta Many Theater. The Augusta Players. Augusta Symphony. Colton Ballet Company. Creative Impressions. Gertrude Herbert Institute of Art. Imperial Community Theater. The Chat Noir. And I skipped one in the alphabetical order, sorry, Denise. Jesse Norman School of the Arts. The Morris Museum of Art. Sacred Heart Cultural Center. Tuesdays Music Live. And finally, Westaboo. On behalf of the Arts Council, the Grants Panel, and all of these organizations, I want to express my gratitude for your support for arts and culture. I deeply believe that a city's arts and culture community are its lifeblood, and it's clear that you agree. Thank you so much for your support, and now we'll get a group picture. Thank you.
What is that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause to our Greater Augusta Arts Council. All of our arts community, thank you so much for all of the great performances, the great singing, all of the great art that you provide to the city and to this region. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to the delegation portion.
Yes, sir. Our first delegation, Mr. Russell F. Gamble III, explanation and justification of the 2026 budget request for the Augusta Canal Authority.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Gamble, if you will, for the record, need your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Russ Gamble. I live at 2482 Helen Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30909.
Okay, sir. Ms. Isdale, you going to be speaking as well?
I want to introduce our chairman of the board, Mr. Richard Isdale. He will be here if y'all have any questions that I can't answer. He will assist me.
You got it. All right, sir, you got 5 minutes.
How do I get my presentation on?
All right. She needs to switch sides, Mr. Gamble, if you don't mind. I'll reset things. All right, sir, you have the floor.
All right, so I realize that this board commission has a lot of tough choices to make in the upcoming 2026 budget decisions. And the Canal Authority knows all about tough decisions. And why should we be treated any differently than the other outside agencies? Well, first of all, I take, not offense, but we're not an outside agency. Everything we do is done on city property for the benefit of the citizens of Augusta. All the improvements we do are made on the Augusta Canal Heritage Area, which is owned by the city of Augusta. But the reason we're different than the other outside agency is we have demonstrated our fiscal integrity through our annual audits and our ongoing budget reductions that have already taken place. We also have an MOU with the city where the city guarantees the delivery of water through the Augusta Canal for the benefit of the Canal Authority. The third reason is we have the overwhelming support for and the use of the Augusta Canal area by the citizens of Augusta, which is demonstrated and documented. This is our organizational chart. I'm not going to spend much time on it. The red blocks of the positions that are budgeted that have not been filled when people left. We have 9 salary positions in our organization. Currently 4 of them are staffed. This is a salary reduction we've done in the last few years since I've been on board. We've reduced salaried expenses by 70%. Is any other city department or outside agency have done this? I don't think so. We've also reduced the operating hours by 2 hours per day, which is going to save an additional $7,500. Okay, let's talk about the MOU. Section 7 of the MOU, determination of the amount of water used. So basically it says that the city will provide to the Canal Authority 2,465 cubic feet per second, per hour, per day, per week, per month, per year. And this is what's being provided right now. No reflection on the utilities department. We've had a hurricane. The canal is damaged. We cannot fill it up completely, but we're getting less than 2,000 cubic feet per second. And this is before the city takes out the water supply at the pumping station. So the Canal Authority is getting even less than that. Where's the city attorney? Mr. Plunkett over here. With all due diligence and full disclosure, the city's got a free get out of jail card. They don't have to provide us this water when the canal's down for repairs. And this agreement has done good for both the city and the Canal Authority. But nobody anticipated a Category 1 hurricane coming through the city of Augusta and requiring months after months of downtime on the canal. I was just talking to West Bine before the meeting. Y'all are going to take the canal down in January, and it's going to be down for 3 to 4 months. Maybe not all at one time, but we're going to lose the revenues that we would generate off the canal but not have any water. And I will show those to you. But y'all do have a legal out, if not a moral and ethical out. Okay, so why are we different than the other outside agencies? The city commissioned a budget priority survey. The Canal Authority was not on that survey, but we got overwhelming write-in support for the canal's operations, Canal Authority operations. So what that means is people had to find the budget survey, and then they had to take the time and the effort to express their support for the Canal Authority, and they did so. If I can quote Maddie Sue Stevens, the canal far and away received the most writing responses and had a lot of support as an asset in need of community investment. This is some of the activities that we provide on behalf of the Canal Authority to the City of Augusta. This is a picture taken this morning, Warren Road Elementary School doing their field trip. We won't be able to do this when the canal is drained. Those school children will not be able to get an opportunity to do their field trips. The picture on the right, I wish Mr. Todd was here, Moses Todd, talking about the water park. We have a city water park. It's not called that, but that is the aqueducts. It's called Aqueduct Park. It's an informal park. It's used constantly by the citizens of Augusta to cool off during the summertime, and the best thing about it is free. People love to kayak in the canal. It's a great kayak spot in the other, and then we have fishing in the canal. So we offer a multitude of activities, recreational and otherwise, jogging, hiking, dog walking, nature loving, bird watching. It's not provided anywhere else in the city. That's why we're different. Water is life. I stole this from the utilities department, if y'all don't mind. And this is what average I got. I went back for several years and got, because I thought we were going to be down for 3 to 4 months first of the year, and it looks like they might spread that out some. But anyway, so $3,570,000, roughly $90,000 a month lost revenue from hydroelectric generation. And then when we can't generate, when there's no water, we can't do the boat rides, and we have very little in gift sales, so you're talking about another $96,000. That's another $10,000 or more a month. So you're looking at a total of $90,000 a month that canal will not receive in revenue due to basically the hurricane. I'm not blaming the city. It wasn't their fault, the hurricane. The repairs have to be made. We understand that. But that's what it's going to cost the canal in lost revenue. That's why we deserve the money I've asked for. I've got all the confidence in the world in this board in front of me. Y'all are some smart women and some smart men, and y'all will find a way to fund the canal so we can continue to provide services to the city. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for y'all? For me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gamble, certainly appreciate you being here. And that canal and that towpath, and that it is the most visited recreational area that we have in the entire city, one of the most beautiful. So thank you for all the great work that you and your team do. Couple commissioners in the queue. First, I want to recognize Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you, Russ. Thank you, Richard, both for being here today. I am so glad that I put Russ 4 years ago on the canal. You've made a huge difference, and not only myself, but many people in this town appreciate what you've done and your board, and the canal does thrive. And hopefully we can do something, to help you out. But I just wanted to thank y'all for being here today and appreciate your presentation. It was really good.
Thanks for those kind words.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank both of you for coming before us and bringing things in perspective. Madam Administrator, as far as we have that company that we hired to try to recapture some of this FEMA damage, is there anything in the FEMA wording that loss of revenue due to the storm? Can we follow up? Can we check into that?
Yes, sir, we can look into that. I am not aware of any, but we can look into that.
Yeah. Hopefully there's a provision there, because it's going to be substantial hit to the Canal Authority. We all know that. Their revenues generated by what you see on that boat and visitors coming in. They actually do provide a great service and take care of the people. It's probably the #1 used wreck, everything that people would do canal, everybody loves the water, everybody loves the walking trails. So if there's anything we can, as far as this government, to help them out, because they are our government. There's no doubt about that. So thank you. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gamble, can you remind me of what your budget ask was? What was your request?
$600,000.
$600,000, okay. Yeah, I think it's a great asset. The canal is, I walk it frequently. It's a beautiful place. I did a 10K not too long ago back there, and I thought I loved it so much that it was going to be my final resting place running back there. but nonetheless, it was a great experience. But 600,000, was that just the flat, or was it 600 and something?
600,000.
600,000, okay, thank you.
That was based on what we'd gotten last year, plus what we lost last year when the canal was down last year for the hurricane, plus what we're going to lose coming up this year.
And is that just basically operational, or is that operational and program amenities?
Strictly operational. That's to pay salaries, pay the rent, and keep the lights on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Mr. Gamble, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for bringing your board chair, Ms. Israel. Thank y'all so much for all that you do. And thank you for the asset that you provide for the entire city. Thank y'all. All right.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation, Ms. Esep, has requested to be rescheduled.
Okay.
The next delegation, item F, Ms. Miranda Wade, regarding possible rent and water payment delays without penalty, late fees, or evictions until government open back up and benefits are granted again.
All right, Ms.
Ms. Wade.
Ms. Wade, are you here? Ms. Wade, are you present?
Okay.
All right, she's not here, Madam Clerk. Let's move on. I think that takes us to the regular consent portion of our agenda, unless we have any additions.
Would you like to? Yes, we have request for addendum. Did you put? And we have one additional item, addendum item to the addendum agenda.
All right, if you will, for the addendum, can you please read it into the record, please?
Yes, sir. The Richmond County Sheriff's Office respectfully requests Commission approval to utilize funds from the Sheriff's Office contingency account for the purchase of 7 vehicles and police equipment, uplifting, identified, and located by Fleet Management. No, it's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
It's an addendum to the addendum.
It's an addendum to the addendum.
From the Sheriff's Department.
From the Sheriff's Department. The approval to utilize funds from the Sheriff's Office.
From the Sheriff's Office contingency.
Do you have an amount, Chief? Is there an amount that we could note this for the record, if you don't mind, please? All right. It's 352,000, if you will, for the record, please.
Yes, sir. We met with Fleet and Finance. We've lost 47 vehicles that we've had to turn in this year due to mileage and other things. As you know, we're struggling with vehicles. The amount is $352,798.
$798. All right. All right. I see a bunch of colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and read the other two in, just so we have them for the record.
Yes, sir. Our first item is a motion to authorize the execution by the mayor and the clerk of commission of an escrow agreement between Augusta, Georgia and Nanum Augusta LLC Connection with the issuance of a certificate of appropriateness to demolish the structures located at 1140 Broad Street, Augusta, Georgia, requested by our interim general counsel, Jim Plunkett. Item number 2 is a request for deletion. Item number 30, Richmond County Correctional Institute report the total for the inmate mobile units to construct the new RCCI facility, requested by, excuse me, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, is it okay to add these items, these addendum items, to today's agenda? Here, is there any objection?
Just a moment. Okay, hold on.
What did she say, Madam Clerk?
She would like to speak, sir.
Okay, all right. Colleagues, we're going to yield to the commissioner from the second, who's joining today by telephone as she's outside of the jurisdiction. Commissioner Pulliam, you have the floor, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that my item for RCCI was postponed. I didn't get to, I heard you read it out, but I didn't hear what the action was.
Oh, deferred from the November 4th meeting?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to defer it. We're still not finished gathering information on that item.
So you'd like to defer it to the December 2nd meeting, or?
Yes, ma'am. That would be fine for now.
Thank
If I
you.
need to change it, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I ask for permission to add these addendum items, Commissioner Rice, or you have a question regarding any of these addendums?
No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, sir,
right.
I don't. I was just going to.
All right, Commissioner Scott, before I move, Commissioner Guilfoyle has a question regarding these addendums. Do you have any questions regarding the addendums? All right, Commissioner Guilfoyle, you said you had a question regarding the addendums.
Yes, as far as the sheriff's contingency.
Okay, all right. Chief Blanchard.
Mr. Blanchard, as far as this contingency, is that coming? I didn't know the sheriff had a contingency account, as y'all do.
It's a line item in our budget, yes, sir.
Okay, would it be better to use you out of your capital or the SPLOST money to purchase vehicles versus?
We don't have any. We purchased the vehicles with the SPLOST money from this year. We will be purchasing vehicles for SPLOST next year, but as we've put in and discussed in many previous budgets, because it wasn't included in previous years, especially when we brought on new employees, vehicles have been a major concern of ours since day one. We have lots of people that are driving non-police vehicles or actually driving their own personal cars at this time. There's just a lot of issues, and we've lost 47. Over 100 cars in our fleet have nearly 200,000 miles, and they go all the way back to 2010. We're still driving Crown Vics.
Yeah, I've seen them over there at the Camp Josie Road.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask?
So we did meet with finance and we did meet with fleet, and this was the best alternative. We also had the $3.125 million that you approved for us to use in salaries this year, that we were going to come back and ask that to be moved. But we've met with the administrator and we're not asking to spend any of that money. We're not going to need it this year, and we're not even going to use it.
You good with that, Madam Administrator?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Chief Blanchard, what does that do for your contingency fund balance? Is it depleted, or do you have?
It does. It's this year's balance, yes, sir.
Balance. Okay, all right. All right, colleagues, we're going to ask for, if there are no objections to adding these items to today's agenda. Do I hear or see any objections? Madam Clerk, hearing and seeing none, these items are added to today's agenda. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just waiting to go to the consent so I could consent some items.
Sure. You have the floor, ma'am.
Okay. On the regular agenda, I'd like to pull item number 7, please.
It's already, it's not on the consent, so it's already.
It's on the regular agenda.
It's on the regular agenda,
Okay.
madam.
All right. Well, I was going to move it to the January meeting.
Is that what you're wanting to add that and add it to the consent agenda?
Please.
Okay. You adding it to the January?
I would like to add it to, because they do want, I feel like that there's some folks that do want to come talk about the Vernon Forest Park, and they have not had the opportunity yet. They're trying to get their group together and would like to come in January to speak.
So, Madam Clerk, would you want to just to delete it from today's agenda?
Yes.
And then
move
forward
it to next year.
it to the next commission?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
She's just forwarding this to the
Okay.
January
Item number
7th
Okay.
meeting. And adding it to the consent agenda, she asked.
Okay.
Let me know when I can sit on the regular agenda. I'll step out of the queue till then.
Okay. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Yeah, I'd like to consent items 9, 10, and 11, please.
9, 10, and 11. All right, I don't hear any opposition to those.
Let me talk to y'all after.
Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
I'd like to add on to Commissioner Brandon's list, 12, 13, and 14.
Madam Clerk, that's 12.
12,
13 and 14.
13, and 14.
That's 12, 13, and 14.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
And then engineering would pick up from there. And let me add finance, number 28.
Number 28 to consent.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
28.
The administrator is asking if you could add 31. Right. She's humbly requesting.
Commissioner Guilfoyle is yielded. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark from the 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to add for consent items 13, 14, 15.
Okay, you got it.
13 and 14 were already consented.
Already added.
All right,
Already added.
double added. 15 as well. I know a colleague from the 4th has some questions about 16, 17, 18. So I'm going to also ask that we consent number 20, 21, 22, and 23.
21, 22, and 23.
And also number 27.
27.
I don't know if somebody has questions about those, so that's where I left them. Yep.
Yeah.
24 through 26. Okay. Madam Clerk, let's include 24 through 26 unless any of the colleagues have questions.
So noted without objection. I said so noted without objection. I didn't hear any.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Mayor recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
I would like to consent 29.
Item number 29. All right. 30 is deleted.
31 is absolutely negative.
All right, all right, Commissioner Scott, is that your on item 29? All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 3rd, Commissioner
Thank you,
Kaplan
Mr.
Smith
Mayor.
Rice.
Thank you. I was too busy writing all this down. We did consent item number 19, didn't we?
Item number 19, we
No,
have
no,
not.
Oh, you
ma'am.
got questions? All right.
Have-
Yeah, all right. Oh,
16, 17, 18, and 19 still active.
17.
Okay. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Motion to approve as stated.
All right, Madam Clerk, there's a motion to approve by Commissioner Brandon Garrett, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle. Before we vote, I see the Commissioner from the 1st in the queue.
Commissioner Garrett just cutting me out. I can't even put none on the agenda. No, I want to add 28 to consent if,
It's already
It's already there?
Yep.
perfect, thank you.
It's already added.
Okay, you,
All right, Madam Clerk, you get us on the screen so we can vote if you don't mind.
yes, we're working on them.
Okay.
Yeah, they, no, they just approved to add it. He's got to come back.
I got you.
Wait a minute, let me ask him.
All right, colleagues, on the addendum item, the item for the sheriff that was recently added, I want to ask someone to request a consent that, please. You good? So I got, any
like to
objection to
consent.
consenting? Madam Clerk?
Without objection.
Without objection. It has been consented, and there's one more item on the addendum. Item number 1 on the addendum. Is this something we need to discuss?
I don't know about it.
All right, Attorney Plunkett, is there anything we need to discuss on item 1? Or can I call for consensus on that, please?
I would request that you do it by consent. It's just simply to allow this move forward with the COA for taking down Scott City.
All right, colleagues, I'm going to ask for consensus on item number 1 on the addendum without objection. Is there any objection?
Absolutely, it's overdue.
It's absolutely overdue. So, Madam Clerk, hearing no objections, item 1 on the addendum is also consented. All right, colleagues, let's vote. We'll get it up on the screen here. All right, colleagues, if.
You want me to, would you like me to audibly
Yes,
call
ma'am,
them?
for the record. Well, if you'd like.
No, sir, it's not
Okay,
that
all
I
right,
like.
okay.
I want to accommodate the commissioners.
All right, colleague, if the screen is correct, we're voting.
I do, before we get there. Okay, before we publish the vote, yes, I do need to acknowledge our planning items.
All right.
Along with, wait a minute, number 8 is going to be discussed separately.
Okay.
For the benefit of any objectors to our planning items, item number 1 is a request for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition for SGPB Holdings LLP on behalf of the Nixon Trust requesting rezoning from a Zone A agriculture to a Zone Heavy Industry to develop a manufacturing warehouse on property located at 1550 4H Club Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Hearing or seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 2 is a request for concurrence from the Planning Commission to approve a petition by All In for Miller, Inc., requesting a rezoning from a Zone R1C1 family residential to a Zone R2 two-family residential to develop a duplex properties located at 1012 Miller Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's move on.
Okay, our next item number 3 is a request on behalf of A&W Enterprise LLC requesting a rezoning from a Zone P1 professional to a Zone R1C1 family residential for an existing residence affecting property located at 801 Crawford Avenue. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to 801 Crawford Avenue?
Okay.
Hearing or seeing none, let's go move on.
Item number 4 is a request for approval, requesting a rezoning from a Zone R1A, one family residential, to a Zone R1E, one family residential, to develop a townhome community affecting properties located at 1901 Bungalow Road, Richmond, and Richmond Hill Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to the Richmond Hill Road or Bungalow Road?
Okay.
Hearing or hearing none.
Mr. Mayor, our consent agenda consists of items as listed on our monitors with no objections to our planning petitions.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. I think we're prepared to vote now.
Ms. Pulliam, how are you voting?
Yes, to approve everything.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. It's unanimous.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before we start, the Commissioner from the 5th has asked for a minute of personal privilege. Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, with all the responsibilities and decisions that we have to make up here, I always like to find an opportunity to really talk about some great things that are happening here in Augusta, Richmond County. Augusta, a few weeks back, was recognized as the leading city, county entity in the entire state of Georgia for its GIS system. So we have, of course, everyone knows the electronic mapping systems that you all are able to see and benefit from. We are heads and tails above anyone else in the entire state of Georgia when it comes to mapping our entire footprint in the Augusta-Richmond County. I'd like to give a special shout out and acknowledgement to our IT department and all of our departments that put all the hours, time, and effort into maintaining that, into keeping that up, but also keeping us in the forefront of everything that Georgia has to start working towards getting to where Augusta-Richmond County is. Now, it's a but with that. The problem is we're so far ahead, everybody has to catch up to Augusta. But listen, this is a great point of success, and it is no small feat that our men and women that put all the tireless effort and time into maintaining this for all of us to benefit from, but also for our surrounding counties and cities to learn and benefit from. Shout out to, again, our administrator who led that department mightily as the IT director or the CIO. And again, just want to make sure that we acknowledge them for all of that effort. And thank you all for putting us in a great pole position and the state to learn from all of your benefits. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Amen.
Commissioner from the 9th.
Yes, sir. I would just like to add on to what our Commissioner Clark was saying. I also like to give kudos to our Madam Commissioner from District 3, who was the lead in bringing, was it District 7 from GMA? She actually conducted that meeting, and it was very, very good with good information. And also kudos to our 911 to add them to that recognition as well. So thank you, Commissioner Rice.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Scott. I appreciate it very much.
Amen.
All right. You said amen?
Amen.
Amen. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go on to this agenda. We got item number 8, please.
Item number 8, a motion to approve a request by the Planning Commission to renew the existing 2025 alcohol licenses for the upcoming year 2026. These licenses include Sunday sales, dance, arcades, wholesale, alcohol catering, cigar lounges, incidental, hybrid, and adult bookstore. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? All right.
No objectors, Mr. Mayor.
Seeing no, well, I saw a hand move, but he's like, no way. Don't see any objectives, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Pastor, he was out back there waving. All right, if there are no objectives, we're going to ask for a motion to approve this. Colleagues, can we approve it without objection, Madam Clerk? You need to go through a motion. Is there a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by the Commissioner from the 3rd, Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the 1st. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Ms. Pulliam?
Yes.
Thank you. At least Mr. Clark and Mr. Guilfolk, commissioners.
Ms. Clark is off the dais.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Clark out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 16, please.
Number 16 is approved supplemental funding, SAE, for pavement system assessments and preventative maintenance solutions for Augusta roadway infrastructure project to IMS infrastructure in the amount of $53,000 million. Is that a lot of zeros? $9,000.
All right, thank you, Madam
and
Clerk.
60 cents.
60 cents. All right, Dr. Malik.
1,000. 3,000.
Sir, good afternoon. So I think the next few hours are mine, so I'm going to stay here.
Please.
So this one is the effort engineering initiated back in 22. To my knowledge, really, we never have the complete assessment of our road network conditions. So we took this initiative and we were ready to bring it to the committee, but then hurricane hit, so we had to really go back and redo it. So this supplement is added additional fund for the continuity of the support by this company, and also bringing this form to present the summary of the finding, Ganesha Road, what we have, and then that will lead us to have an overall plan, which road and when we need to do it, and the funding wise. So this is the ask is $53,009.60 to complete the work and have a continuous board and include one presentation to this body.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion by the Commissioner from the 8th, and I heard a second by the Commissioner from the 9th. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Pulliam?
Commissioner Wimberly, you asked this item be pulled in particular. You have anything additional?
I didn't ask. I get it right here, man. I did not ask for it to be pulled. I just said I had a question. He just answered no.
I understand. All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Madam Clerk, we're prepared to vote. We have a proper motion and a second. Let's vote.
Go ahead. It's unanimous.
Thank you so much,
With
Madam
Ms.
Clerk.
Pulliam voting yes.
All right, item 17, please.
Item 17, to approve the restriping of 68 streets listed in cost proposals with Richmond County to thermoplastic striping using sole source procurement. Approved funds in the amount of $579,850. Augusta Engineering.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. So this is another effort to address the striping of our road because it's a traffic safety concern. So in ILMAC, the GDOT, the road maintenance funds, that's the money is coming from that. And the firm is the sole source provider in this area, and in engineering and GDOT have been using this for a long time. So, and the road lists are attached to the agenda item.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malik. I have just one question, and we got a bunch of colleagues in the queue. I see that it has, for item number 5, Windsor Spring Road at Old Louisville to Meadowbrook Drive. Does it go up the hill towards Tobacco Road? I hear people complaining all the time when it rains, they can't see any lines or anything in that road. So there's,
Any road?
you can't add?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. All right. With that being said, let's get through the queue. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
And I've seen the list that you have here. Is that an additional list of roads that are going to be added or that are already scheduled?
So this is a list our sign and marking staff. They write it on, they prepare it, but we can, if there is a list, the department can create another list and get the pricing. I can bring back to this body. The ALMAC money been used, but we do have some funds in traffic safety and SPLOST. We can do that. Yeah.
Okay, so when do we expect to have this group completed?
They're working, on it, so it takes a little bit of time to mobilize, so it's probably going to take 5-6 months to get it done. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wimberly. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Motion to approve.
And there's a motion and there's a second. Mayor Pro Tem, you still in the queue? You have any additional questions?
Yes, sir.
All right, you recognize, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Malik, thermoplastic striping, what do we normally use?
That's what we're using, yeah.
I mean, but in the past, when we do roads, like Hensby Bean Road, y'all did from 56 all the way to 88. How did they stripe that road? Using what, thermoplastic?
I'm sure that's what they use, yeah.
Okay.
I can double check, but that's.
So that's the one that reflects with the light. So if, let's say the roads that doesn't have street lights, and you got a lot of roads on here, by the way, it actually reflects to where if people are raining, driving down a dark street, they could actually, it helps them out staying in between the two white lines, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote, please.
Ms. Pulliam?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 18.
Number 18, motion to approve supplemental construction agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation for R.C. Daniel Parkway at Wheeler Road intersection improvement project. Authorize the mayor and clerk to execute construction agreement.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. I heard a second by Commissioner from the 1st, Jordan Johnson. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mr. Wimberly, are you voting, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was sleeping.
All right. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Number 19.
Item 19, approve roadway lighting agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation in connection with State Route 383, Jimmy Dias Parkway from Riceboro Road to south of Powell Road, roadway lighting project.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Dr. Malik.
Yes, this is the last step. This body approved $500,000 from ARP funds to start lighting on Jimmy Dias. It was really seed money to get started. So the 500, and Georgia Power is installing the lights. But since this is a state route, we had to go through the permitting from the state, and their permit was issued a month ago. So this is basically city agreeing that they will operate, maintain all the lights, so responsibility on the city on that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Malik. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Malik, thank you for bringing this one up. So I wanted to make sure that we talked about this one because, of course, the folks in District 5 and District 3 and the folks that travel up and down Jimmy Dias are definitely looking forward to seeing this one, no pun intended, but come to light. So I know, right? Dad joke. But so I do, I'm excited that this one is kicking off. I do want folks to understand, and Dr. Malik, I want you to clarify this so that we can make sure that we can dispel any rumors on this. This is a state road, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so the fact that we've committed dollars to it, that means we're taking on the responsibility of taking care of this corridor of lights.
The light, yes, sir.
Right, so this will get us from Wrightsboro Road up to Powell Road with the amount of dollars that we have committed. How many more additional dollars will it take to cover that corridor from Wrightsboro to Gordon Highway?
So roughly, we're gonna take another $2 million to do it. So, but this is the start. So hopefully, maybe in 2-3 phases, we should be able to do it.
So this is first phase with the dollars that we allocated for it. We're going to have to get some additional dollars to allocate to support the phasing as well.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. So when it comes to this piece of it, who's maintaining these lights?
So it's Georgia Power is going to install. They're going to maintain it, and it will be part of the city O&M electricity bill, which we pay to the Georgia Power.
All right, awesome. And I want to give acknowledgement to, of course, Commissioner Rice and former Commissioner Williams, who represented the 5th as well. They were the two that initially started this. So thank you both. And I know the residents in District 5, 3, and the folks that traverse that road will benefit from seeing this lighting. But I want to, Mr. Mayor, I want to pass my time off to Commissioner Rice for her comments as well, please.
You got it, Commissioner Rice.
Oh, I would just thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner for acknowledging me from the 5th. Anyway, Dr. Malik, thank you for this. I hope that we will make sure that this takes place and get lights. That's the fastest growing area, as we know, in Richmond County, and we definitely need lights on Jimmy Dias Parkway. But I want to say that we will continue to have discussions to make sure that this happens. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner from the 5th.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I'd like to ask Director Malik a question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Malik, you know the issues that, this great news to have, but like on 15th Street, who's having some issues with the lights, and I'm not sure if they're on as of yet with that project we have, because it was, GDOT said they had to use one type of lighting or box. So would this still be GDOT and Georgia Power fighting it out on who's going to maintain or what box they're going to use to light the parkway? Because as of now, as long as we have the 15th Street corridor is finished, we still have the lighting is still not working.
Yeah, so that dispute been resolved, and at least Georgia Power approved one cabinet, and they're also working to have sort of retrofit that. So for 15th Street, to my knowledge, GDOT already ordered the replacement cabinet, which Georgia Power already approved it, will energize it, and actually we have our own 31 locations, our downtown, all projects. So we're working through it. So the good news is that now we have a path forward how to get these lights energized. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair recognizes Commissioner Don Clark.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to make a motion to approve.
All right, it's a motion approved by a Commissioner from the 5th, seconded by the Commissioner from the 3rd. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Clark? Oh, Mr. Wimbley.
Get it off of me.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That takes us to the final item on today's agenda, number 31.
Mm-hmm.
31, Madam Clerk.
Item 31 is a motion to approve the adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget in accordance with the 2026 budget planning calendar approved on June 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Administrator Allen.
Okay, so I am the wrong one. All right. So it sounds like we have a consensus today. Guess not, based on the stares I just got from the governing body. So I'm not going to hold you long because I know it doesn't seem like we do have a consensus. But I do want you to think about a number of things that we have presented, and I'm ending it with this basic slide that shows the original proposal and to include the 1.65% meal increase as opposed to the no meal increase. And it seems based on the discussion today and previous discussion and some responses that I've heard that you stated to media that there is no appetite for a meal increase. So I'm assuming that's a consensus, correct?
We're going to ask in just a minute.
All right.
I'll answer it. Just like I stated earlier, Mayor, without us making cuts to this government, I cannot see how we can pass an increase off to our taxpayers. So without real reductions whether it's workforce or some of the extra programming. I can't support a millage increase.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Allen and Director Schreier, how much time would you all need to do an assessment of the types of revenues that this government body can direct departments to go forward? I know there are certain things we can't touch, but you talked about the manufacturing tax, you talked about some other things. What do we have at our disposal outside of property tax increases to increase revenues for the city of Augusta? And if you need time to answer that question, my question is how much more time would you need to go to the table and figure out some options for us on that end?
You could raise your fees, recreation fees, licensing fees. But again, you're raising fees on the taxpayers. So we could look at that. Are you looking, if you can give us a dollar amount that you're looking for, it'd help us to determine.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at just the fact that we're talking about a mill increase on property property values, right, on property taxes.
So 1.69 mil is a recommendation right now from the administrator in the finance department. 1.69 mil is the recommendation.
And what would that equate to per month for a house valued at $100,000 a year? $100,000. How much per month would that equate to?
$100,000 would be $7 a month.
How much?
$7 a month. Give or take.
$7 a month
Right in there.
on a $100,000 home?
Yes, sir.
What about a $200,000 home?
$12.50.
$12.50 on a $200,000 home. And okay, all right. $12.50 per month on a $200,000 home.
The average person lives in.
Okay, and does that apply to urban and rural?
Yes, sir. This is setting for the county M&O rate.
Okay, all right.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. You mentioned increasing the recreation fees. I mean, would that do anything to the, I mean, how much are we looking at?
It won't be a significant increase. You'd have to, actually, and we've already asked that each department review their respective fees, because some departments, and most of them, have not increased respective fees in years. And that is one thing that is, you're supposed to look at those annually and make sure that they're bringing in a certain amount of revenue to offset some of the respective costs to do business. And that has not been done. So most of them have reviewed theirs and are bringing back recommendations. I understand, I think Commissioner Johnson, to the point about we're kind of asking the citizens to take that burden on as well. But that is some of the things that we have asked the departments to look at.
I guess some of this is our faults, because every time a department comes and says they want to increase fees, or if they want to bring in another program to help out, we always say, no, we're not going to do it. And I think that's some of the reason, but I'm just not sure if these type of fees going to help us put a dent in the deficit that we have. So, it's like we kicking the can. we got to make some decision on what it, and I'll get a call, probably 20 calls tonight, because my senior citizen love the parks and recs, and they're going to say that they can't afford or they don't want to increase, and would it really do that much, put that much dent in what we're trying to do? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
And going back to my earlier comments, so for years now, we've heard that this workforce assessment is being done across this government. And I'm talking about years. Almost my entire 2 terms that I've been up here, there's this assessment being done about job titles and job functions and all of these things. Do we have any are we any closer there to having that done? Because I think that would help answer some of these questions about, right sizing this government. What is an adequate size for this government? I mean, do you have any answers there?
So as it relates to the comp study, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, but the comp study.
It's been called lots of things. So.
The compensation study, based on what we're doing with the budget, has been put on hold for them to come back, because right now it's just not a time to say, commissioners, Mr. Mayor, we're looking at increasing salaries based on this comp study. So we didn't want to get that mixed in with this overall process that we're doing with the budget. Human Resources has gotten some information, and right now they're asking that the department start looking at that information that has been provided by the vendor that was selected.
So it's the epitome of kicking the can down the road.
So that's the compensation study. Assessment, as far as workforce assessment, is a little different. If you're asking if we have done that, looked at every department, made an actual assessment of what a department needs, I would say you have to keep in mind, one thing about a work assessment is, in comparison to other agencies, I will say this. You look at our organization, you look at other consolidated organizations, and some people wonder all the time, because they ask me, why do you all have so many personnel? As well as compared to other agencies that have gone through consolidation. Y'all have more than, I wondered it myself. And we've looked, and I've looked, and some of those other communities or municipalities don't offer the same services. So that goes back to, again, determining what services this governing body wants to actually provide. And when I do some of the comparison, this governing body actually provides additional services that some other agencies do not. So you would not have the need. They don't have the need for the additional personnel and things of that nature. So it depends.
Such as, just give us an example of a service that this government provides or tries to provide that other entities similar don't.
And some of it is not something you can control, but like the marshal's office, they don't have marshal's offices. So there are other services, like your technology department, I'll use that. I've talked to the CIO in Columbus, Georgia. They don't do the same thing. They don't offer the same respective services that we offer. They contract some things out, which doesn't make sense. And we both agree, me and the CIO, that it doesn't make sense. But it just depends on your business model and how you want to do the business, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, I think that's the case, is we've never really had a model to go by.
Exactly. I don't disagree. And I think that comes from this governing body. Y'all have to tell us, what kind of model do you want to look at?
But when we want to change things, it always goes back to, well, we can't because the charter doesn't allow it, or things like that. So it's one of these things where it's always back and forth. I mean, I've seen the argument made dozens of ways since I've been sitting up here around why we can't do certain things. And really, we're at a place now where we can't continue to have those same conversations. Even looking at the screen here, we're being asked to, well, what service do you want to provide? What do you want to cut? We're not the government professionals. We're elected officials. We're here to help guide. I think you hear that there's not an appetite to do a millage increase to offset this deficit that we're in without there being cuts. So what else do you need us to say? Do you want us to say, split the difference on these, come back with us with a plan? Do you want us to say, hey, what's it look like if all the employees have 7 days furlough next year? Or do you want us to say, well, we're going to have to do a RIF of 100 people? Are those the answers that you need us to say, or is it some?
Yes, sir. Those would be the answers. In all honesty, that would be the answers. That would tell us how we need to go about doing this and making these things happen for the 2026 budget.
So when are we going to be presented with a solution other than a tax increase?
That's what I'm providing. No meal increase. That's your other option sitting there. And then we have to define the 17.1 million. Where is that going to come from? We talked about, I think Commissioner Johnson asked about how many employees. We're talking about 120 to 140 employees that may have to go home, depending on the salary range that's utilized in the RIF policy or what the governing body acts for us to proceed with. Because if you're doing positions that are $30,000 or $40,000 a year, you're going to have to get more of them to get that amount of money, I guess is what I'm saying. If you use mid-level, you have a certain range. But those are the directions that we need, because
Is it so we can be blamed? Oh, it's the commission. I mean, I see the emails that float around talking about, well, the commission made us do this, or the commission made us do that. So is this really what you're asking?
I would say this. I'm not looking for you guys. I wouldn't want to be in your seat. I'm not asking you to do anything that's going to put blame on you. But I am, and I'm not going to ask for anything to put blame on me. But I am going to do fiscally what I'm responsible for doing, and that's providing you the respective information to make those policy decisions. That's all I can do, is provide y'all information. How we got here, I'm to the salient point. There's no need of beating that dead horse. We know we're here. Now it's time to make some tough decisions. I think Mr. Gamble said it the same way. It's some tough decisions to be made. I think the community understands y'all have tough decisions. I know in the past, some of the tough decisions were not made, unfortunately. This was something that, as you stated earlier, Commissioner Garrett, that it was coming. It was coming, and now it's here. And unfortunately, now it pushes you and forces you to make some of those decisions that may not be the decision that's going to make everybody happy. But, you know, when I asked about a millage, I'm trying to get us to have a stable, a sustaining operation. And right now, even some of the respective things that you're looking at doing without a millage increase is not going to be anything but stopgaps. That's some of the things that have been our problem for a number of years, is putting stopgaps in place as opposed to looking long-term. And that's the only way we're going to be successful, is we start looking long-term. Where does this government really want to go? You got to earn the trust of the citizens, to your point. So
Can we go back to your slide number 7?
Yes, sir.
So help me understand this. I was thinking about this when we went to legal a while ago. So you started off your presentation by saying that basically we're a little over $19 million that we still need to find to balance this budget. So at the bottom it says if you don't do a millage increase, it's 13.4 million generated there by doing all of those things. Where's the other 6 million come from?
So we're asking for additional cuts too. So you're looking at that there is no millage increase. So that's going to be an additional 13.4 million outside of what we've already taken care of, the reductions. You've already done some of the reductions. So that got you to the 13.4.
Well, the reductions we've done got us down to the 19.3 million.
No, some of them have not been included. It's the first group that we got consensus on. I'm sorry. Some of them you got consensus on at the last meeting, and some of them we were told to come back.
That's your slide number 5. Amount needed to balance, 19,393,000.
Yeah, but that does also include the millage. That does include the millage as well.
Yeah,
It's this amount here. So okay, thank you.
Okay, so I missed the part there.
I'm sorry. Let me go back to what you're talking about. Okay.
And let me ask you a question. With the 3% that's being asked, the departments that already have taken a reduction prior to us asking, are they going to be required to take 3% more? Like the tax assessor's office, they've already taken a 1.4% reduction because that's what was basically approved for the budget that was presented. Are you going to ask 3% more out of them?
That's up to this governing body. If y'all want to say 10%.
But that's where, that goes back to the
consensus
earlier
is-
conversation where we thought we were operating kind of from a flat perspective. We didn't realize that there was 7.5 million already added to the budget that was being presented to us. And then, you know, when we asked for the 3% cut, I think we would have asked probably more if we would have realized that $7.5 million had already been added to that budget. Or 15 million, whatever it was. It was 15, I'm sorry. So I think that even from that standpoint, we're operating from behind the sticks, as the football saying goes. You know, we've already taken the penalty that we didn't even know was there. So what is the real number after these deductions without the millage rate increase?
You'll not do a millage increase at all.
With the reductions already approved,
We'll have to do that again, recalculate. Nope. It's assuming those are. So some of these have not been approved.
So where's the ones that were approved? Oh, it's the page 4. There's my 19.3. Yeah, go back one page or two.
These were the ones that were.
I'm sorry, I told you the wrong slide.
HCD, RCCI.
There's the 19.3.
Is that what you needed, Commissioner Garrett? Other than $17 million?
So if we add the department reductions of 3% to, huh? Let's just work through this. We got 19,393,000. Somebody want to get a calculator? And then if we agree to the 3% cut, which is 4.269, what's that get us to? I mean, you're asking us to make decisions, and then you're
15-1.
all right. And then take off another 593 that Transit said they could do.
Yep.
He ain't getting nowhere. It's not getting anywhere.
Keep Saturday service.
Yeah. No, not like that.
And then go ahead and add in the 860 for the NGO reductions.
What's that number?
13.6 million.
13.6 million.
All right. So that's a real number to operate from, correct? If all of these were approved today.
That's the additional revenue or expenses would have to
Okay.
13.6 million.
And then if we agree to the 1 mil increase strictly for the sheriff, you said that would generate 5.4?
8.
8.
Yeah, 1 mil is 8 million.
I'm just trying to go from these 5.6. All right. Well, so like, I'm just trying to give it as a starting point. I mean, if we can agree there, then we meet next week, find 5 million more that we need to cut.
So is this,
That's cuts and an increase. Everybody seems to get something out of that. I'm not totally happy about it, but I'll get out of the queue, and there's plenty more that want to ask questions. But I'm just trying to get us to a place to where we can at least make some real decisions.
all right, the commissioner from the 8th is suggesting a different approach to do it, a dual approach, cuts and potentially a 1 mil tax increase that still leaves us short 5.6 million. All right. Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner from the 10th, you have the floor.
I would ask if I could.
Absolutely.
That based on what Commissioner Garrett stated, give us the opportunity to go back and scrub some of the numbers, because some of this we've discussed earlier is kind of changing. And so I know you're looking at, I'm talking about to make sure that we included the other items as well. So we can just give you the whole list to bring back.
How much time do you need to do that?
Oh, no, we can bring that back at the next meeting.
I mean, you've got to sit in front of you. You don't want to, I mean, huh?
Yeah. And while we're waiting,
But it wasn't this.
all right, hold up, guys. Hold up, guys. While we're, Attorney Plunkett, can you give us clarity as to what's going to be our procedure for today if we don't approve and adopt a budget? We have to recess this meeting.
You would recess this meeting, and you can either resume this meeting at either next Tuesday before the other legal session, because we can't go into another meeting prior to this. Alternatively, you can have a special call if you need to come back if you want to come back at an earlier time and vote on it then.
So if we recess this meeting, we could come back before next week. Can we talk budget? We can't discuss any other business matters before we resolve this budget matter.
That's correct, because the next meeting is a special called meeting, so we have to resolve this.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you. You know, this budget's been going on for a bit over a month and a half now. A lot of things have been revealed from this new administration. We appreciate them revealing it, because I'd rather find out now than later. Get midway in the year, and then we're going to find out we $11 million short again.
All right.
No, I'm not done.
All right.
So anyway, the only thing that concerns me, is, you know, we do have some little tools in the chest that we could use this coming year. One is the energy tax, if we so do that, or the excise tax. The House Bill 581 is a good tool to have. Whatever gets implemented could be unimplemented with the House Bill 581 the following year, 2027. That's only for the homesteaders. Now, the sale of properties, which we all got to get on the same page of that, because there's nothing worse than having dead property that could have value to it. I was actually reached out to somebody about a bed tax, not a hotel tax, a bed tax. We might want to look into that. And as well as looking at departments we could outsource, see if it's actually a cost savings. We know that Sandy Springs is entirely outsourced and only have 2 employees. And the property taxes are down, but they provide an efficient service. And so the only thing that concerns me, naturally this is not easy for the commissioners and the mayor behind us, dais, is the last thing we need to do is put a patch on this thing for 2025. And then 2026, this time next year, we're going to be faced with the same challenges moving forward. Whatever we decide to do, whatever we talk behind outside of this room here, we got to put something in for long term. And that's something that we have to focus. Some things that I'm not going to like to have to do, but in order to do everything we can to make the necessary cuts, if that don't get us where we need to be, we are going to have to make the tough decisions at that moment. But I do not want to come into 2026 budget session and be faced with the same thing that we've been faced here with now. So whatever we do, y'all, let's put something in that's going to last a couple years down the road, at least till we get this House Bill 581 in place, and that should carry us through. And then we could actually start making investments where we need to. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 9th, Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem about whatever we do, it should be long-term and not put a Band-Aid on it. Now, there are still some concerns I have about where we couldn't and not being able to provide the service. You know where I'm going with this, you know. We need our libraries. And to say that we're going to have to close Diamond Lakes and maybe a few more, and to cut the hours of operation, and we're struggling with our students not being able to read when we have something in the community that could place value on getting them to be productive citizens. So whatever we do, we need to make sure we keep our community in mind of what we're going to do, and our staff. Because if we talk about needing to do a furlough or do RIF and stuff, that's going to impact the community. And you think you see long lines for food boxes and giveaways, we're really going to see it. Because some of our employees don't make a lot of money, and they have to balance if they're going to pay rent or they're going to buy grocery. And for our senior citizens, we got to also look at, if we do a millage rate, what would that do to them in terms of them is increasing their budget that's already small. And would they have to not buy grocery, or they don't get their prescription? So it's not, to me personally, it seems like it's so calculated that we are not listening to, we're not taking in mind our communities. And when I say community, that's employees of Richmond County as well.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Scott. You know, these decisions are really tough. You know, I'm hearing that potentially we could put an excise tax on our manufacturers when they're struggling with increased costs and tariffs and everything. You know, I mean, you're right. We have employees at a crucial time of the year, where it's Thanksgiving and Christmas, doing a RIF. You know, some people say passing on the tax increase is the easiest solution. But you think about the elderly citizen that's on a fixed income that's also struggling, and the ramifications behind that. So it's going to be a tough decision no matter what we make. But unfortunately, we're in this position, and we have to make it. So I'm glad that we're having these discussions to try to figure out. I think we're making great progress today, so let's keep at it. Commissioner from the 5th, Commissioner Don Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know. I'm going to tell you up front, I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic because this is a needed opportunity to really dig in and reshape and refocus how we do business as a county. So I know we're going through these conversations and these decisions, but I'm going to tell you they're absolutely necessary for us to build sustainability. So for whether it's us determining a right-sizing plan, whether it's what even you were saying earlier, Ms. Allen, as far as determining what is the right amount of employees that we need to have. Listen, we're not the only ones that's had to deal with this. We got a county that's in Georgia that's dealing with a $41 million deficit. So at the end of the day, this is necessary for us to go through this, but this is also necessary that when we go through this, that we dispel unnecessary baggage. The whole mindset and culture of this is the way it's always been done, and continue to kick and carry stuff from years and years and years. Some of these agreements on this stuff are freaking ridiculous. There are agreements that none of us even knew about or even considered. Yeah, pre-consolidation agreements. And we're still carrying them. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, I have a problem with the fact that we're even talking about a proposed RIF while continue to carry organizations that have nothing to do with Augusta Richmond County's direct mission to provide and service support to its constituents. I have a huge problem with that, because that means our priorities are way the heck off. So I'm going to tell you like this. I get it. These nonprofits and some of these organizations, they do great work in the community. I've worked nonprofit. I know the struggles that go with that. That's why they go through, you know, their fundraising. That's why they look for grants. These are not grants. These are dollars that we have allocated every single year in our budget to go to these folks without any output of success rate or without an audit. Or listen, it's ridiculous for us to keep talking about it. We have some of those that are on there as well that we need to look at doing some drawdowns as well, whether it be some of the other entities on there. DPH is in our charter, but it doesn't say an exact number. We need to look at adjusting that number. We need to look at adjusting some of these other numbers that we have because, listen, Tim, you had asked a question a couple weeks ago, what all is in scope? Everything. Everything's in scope. And at the end of the day, we're going to have to cast that net wide enough. And we're going through these line items and everything, and we just need to find where we need to make change. I mean, seriously, we have to be good stewards of these dollars. But right now, we got some bad habits, and we need to clean them up. So I know it's frustrating on you all because every single day you all go in here and spend hour upon hour upon hour banging these numbers out and trying to understand it. I'm going to tell you right now, Ms. Allen, Tim, and team, I don't have a simple solution to tell you, hey, do this, this, and this. I promise you I don't. I really don't. But I do know it's going to take a multi-tiered approach for us to get to this. But if it's these nonprofits and some of these agencies over our employees, I'm going to pick the employees all day long. But we need to make sure that we right size what is our sweet spot for our operations. Carrying excess just for the heck of carrying excess, listen, businesses do it all day, every day. The company I work for does it every year where they do annual layoffs, they do annual furloughs, and they force out folks early outs and, and so on. Listen, everybody does it all the time. Augusta-Richmond County is no different. But we need to establish what's going to be our balancing act that we go through so that we don't have to keep going through this. This is my first year of going through this, and I can only imagine those that have been here for 8 years, what it's felt like and otherwise. So all I'm saying is redirect our priorities. If we're going to redirect to help somebody else's bottom line, I say we need to check ourselves on our priorities in that. It needs to be prioritizing what feeds and motivates the mission more so than someone else's bottom line that we're not getting an ROI out of one way or the other. I'm not saying that the community's not, but if only a certain part of the community is getting it, but then the greater good is up against the fact that we're going to have to increase their property taxes and get rid of employees, it's not a hard decision for me. So we just need to take a harder hit at this. We need to get the directors in. We need to pin them down on determining where are some areas that they can shave down operations. If we need to consolidate positions, if we need to consolidate, even departments. At the end of the day, this is our opportunity to really build upon sustainability for the future. And that means we're going to have to do things differently as a government. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner Tina Slendak.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree with Commissioner Clark on most of his points. I really don't want to lay. I use the term layoff, but RF, whatever it is. I would not want to do that. I will tell you. Though, I worked 20 years at a government job and was laid off 3 months before 20 years because of budget cuts. And yeah, it stunk. It really did. But you know what? The people that did it, they were balanced. They did what they had to do. And, it's awful. If our employees, and I'm not saying they don't deserve it at all, but, if we have to go a year where they get no cost of living increase, they have a job, I would rather, you can live through that. You can. I went many, many years at my job, and we never got a cost of living increase, but by gosh, our parking and insurance went up every year, but you stay there. So, this, like Commissioner Clark said, this has just been a whole bunch of years of mess, and now the one sitting up here right now, and you, our new administrator, we're all having to figure that out. And I do want to thank you and your team and the finance department, Tim and them, because I can't imagine what you guys have been through. But I would just say, you know, I think, I had no idea when this figure of 3% of the budget, I mean, I just thought it was like last year's budget and you were cutting 3% out of it. I didn't know that the budget had already been increased. You know, I just didn't know that. And to me, that makes no sense, but that's just me. So I'm going to get out because nobody wants to hear me ramble on and on. But I mean, I just know, I know how it feels, but I think if we don't do the COLA, I mean, that's just, it's better than laying off people. It is. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Slindak. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 4th, Commissioner Lonnie Wimberly.
Okay, the new kid on the block. And I've heard my colleagues up here talk about what's going on now. But my concern is what caused us to be in the position that we're in now? And what I have not heard is our department heads was misusing funds. I have not heard my department heads overrunning that budget. So how do we actually get here? Is it because of something that this body agreed to?
It's a number of things, Commissioner
Well,
Wimberly.
give me the one that got me $21 million in the hole. Because you can't, I have not heard it was the department. So you got to make the hard decisions, but you should not try to make those hard decisions on the back of the employees and on the back of the citizen. So is there a way that we can take this debt that we have now, or this shortfall, and spread it out? I have not heard anybody say anything except we got to get this now. How do we move this so this could be done over time, and it will be less of an impact on both our workforce? Yes, we do need an assessment of our workforce, but I don't see how we gonna get all of this at once. You want to stop the bus routes. You want to stop us contributing to NGOs. But what is that going to say about our city?
Yeah, Commissioner Wimberly, the Georgia State Constitution requires us to have a balanced budget. We're not allowed.
Mr. Mayor, I understand what the Constitution requires. I understand that totally. We have to have this budget by next month. We gotta do this. I understand that. I'm just asking the question now, how do we get here? Because I hear all of the talk around what we at and who we gonna put the burden on to get us out. So it is, from what I could tell, it is us that got us here. So how do we stretch this out? Do we have to recover this shortfall all in one budget?
Yes, sir. In order to balance the budget, yes, sir.
Okay, so we have to do that. All right, so now that we have to do that, what debt can we finance?
Not even. That would be.
Huh?
I'm going to defer to our finance director, but I'm not sure if that is something, because increasing your debt service will ultimately increase your final line as far as the budget as a whole. So I'm not sure if that's the direction, but I'll let him respond.
All right, gotcha.
We cannot borrow our way out of this.
Okay.
Any debt that we borrow in a year, unless it's a GO debt, has to be repaid before the end of the year. So that's more of a cash flow issue.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
All right, Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. My question is to Administrator Allen. Have we looked at all the open reoccurring contracts we have, and have we made any adjustment to those? Also, I know a lot of time we have people coming back, redoing their contract. I'm forgetting the word. They come in, they want to say they didn't bid enough and they want to come back. Have we put something in place to say, this is what you said you can do this job for? So are we putting stop somewhere that we can stop doing all these abundance of change orders? And also, talk to me a little bit about, have we looked at all these reoccurring contracts, and what are we doing with those?
So, and I think Commissioner Johnson asked the same point previously. We have asked each department, and that was initially when we started this whole process of, even when we had the mid-year budget review at our off-site meeting, we discussed with all the departments to look at their respective contracts, get with their respective providers to see if they'd be willing to, one, reduce the cost, or do an assessment of what the services they're getting with that respective budget. With that respective contract, because of course, they're the ones who know exactly what's needed in those agreements, not necessarily administration. So we've directed all teams to do that, all directors to do that. I will say I did speak with our information technology, our CIO, who has done that and took a proactive directive and stance, and also sent an email, a memo to all of the providers to ask if they could reduce the amount and or look at anything that they can at least keep it flat. Of course, those companies are dealing with some of the same challenges we are with inflation and things of that nature. So most of them are not going to budge because you're in the contractual agreement. Some will at least try to keep it flat for you. But those departments have been directed to do that, to look at each one of their respective contracts and reach out to their vendors to make those decisions. So yes, ma'am, we have done that.
All right, Commissioner Slendak from the 7th.
I'm going to get out.
All right, Commissioner Johnson from the 1st.
I was looking forward to going after Commissioner Slendak. I'm messing. Yeah, I'm just messing. How much do we have available to cut from NGOs? What is that available number?
You talk about all of them, Commissioner Johnson, or just the discretionary ones?
All of them.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh, it's like, I left my folder over there, I'm sorry. Like almost 7 million?
You can't cut off 7 million, because I'm on the contract.
So if it's 7 million or close to 8 million, something like that, I want to hit just a little bit on nonprofits, and I have a question about some other things. You look at, again, like, we understand that there are some things that are more pressing, right? But then you look at some of these organizations that are receiving funding that are very small amounts. I mean, yeah, we might be able to talk about what those cuts could look like. But I have real reservations when it comes down to cutting programs that actually service children, or that keeps families off the street. I mean, we sat here today and gave out, we took pictures with with organizations that receive arts grants from our budget, because public art can help transform communities. We had an art project in East Augusta where we did a crosswalk mural, and the kids from the community came out and did the artwork, right? That apartment complex that they did it in front of was known for killings. They were known for finding bodies in dumpsters. We hadn't had those issues in an apartment complex because of the power that art has infused that community with. So although we don't directly benefit from a service perspective of public art, or from a child going to the Augusta Boxing Club, or a child going to Mock Academy, what we do receive from those investments are kids going to college. We get kids now learning how to read and being able to graduate high school. What we get is, programs in place that cuts back on crime in our communities. And I just don't think that we should look at these nonprofits as just being us giving dollars to help folks make their bottom line. I mean, the little $10,000 that we give them, I guarantee you, as a nonprofit director right now, is not going to make or break my bottom line. But it does help me with a program that's trying to address a critical need in our community that we don't have the capability of addressing through our departments. And so I get it. Where does the investment have to happen? But this is the wrong time to talk about cutting from programs that keep kids off of the streets while we're also contemplating building a new jail. We're talking about cutting back on housing. We're talking back on all of these things that could potentially have a negative impact on what we're trying to address as a community. So again, Commissioner Garrett brought out some very important points today that has really highlighted the fact that we have not thoroughly scrubbed our budget the way that we have been asking for this budget to be scrubbed. And so maybe not cutting $8 million or $7 million completely from nonprofits is the answer, but maybe the commission should set some priorities as to if we're going to fund nonprofits, what are those priorities? Is it public health? Is it public art? Is it youth and family enrichment? You know, what are those priorities? And then focus on that. And just unfortunately, if a nonprofit organization doesn't fit within that range, then we make those decisions to go someplace else. Grant foundations do it all the time. It's not unlikely. But to just say that this is not something we can do, and then to not even attempt to do it after we continue to harp on this, I think just as much as it is not a need, is not an interest to cut, to pass this off as a tax increase, I don't think that there's too much of an interest to completely wipe the nonprofits either. So I think that, yes, more work needs to be done, but we have to set the priority. If we're going to fund nonprofits, what would those priorities be? And then let's figure out how to shave what those priorities are not. When it comes down to our in-house staff, I think we can get here without sending people home. I really do think so. Okay? Last thing, and then I'm out of the queue. Out of all of the requests that have come through the budget, the requests from any fund, how much of them are new requests versus requests that are having to be continued based off of the 2025 need of that department? So let me rephrase that. If I'm department leader A and I have 5 positions today, like how much of my new budget is new stuff that I didn't necessarily have in 2025? Do we have an idea of what the new expenses are going to be for these folks asking for money?
So the only thing.
Departments and stuff?
Yes, sir. We do have a running total. But the only thing that we have that we did include were, of course, when it came to the personnel, was for the new court, the new judge, as well as the district attorney, the public defender, and all that respective staff. Those were the only positions I think that we actually, and the vegetation and maintenance, which we brought up as the additional. But anything else other than that in regards to personnel, we did not. I don't even think, we did not include any respective new programs either.
So no new programs, no new pay increases, no new positions, no new equipment, no new nothing. It's just basically what we had in 25 with cost of living and inflation impacting that, and then those
Things
select
that were
new things
approved.
that were approved by
Yes,
us.
sir. With the public safety and things of that nature. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, colleagues, I mean, it's getting late in the day. We need to give our administrator and our finance department some direction. So I've heard that we don't want to cut taxes, we don't want to cut services, so it's been recommended, let's try to at least get somewhere. So their recommendation has been to pass on a 1.69% meal increase. I'm just going to call, is there any consensus for that? 1.69 meal increase. Any 1.69. All right. So there's no consensus for that. So what about the conversation around the 1 meal increase with some additional cuts, what leaves us another 5.3 million? Is there any consensus for that? So at least we can give them some direction. Say, well, we potentially a 1 meal increase, but you still got to find some cuts. Is there any consensus for that? So there's no consensus for 1.69 meal. Is there any consensus for a 1 meal? potentially only go to the sheriff. That's $8 million.
To offset the additional cost for the sheriff's office.
Officer, is there any consensus with that? So at least when we leave today, we have some direction as to how we get to close this gap. So I have one consent. Is there any others? That's 2. That's only 2 out of 11. Only with other cuts. So at least we're moving. Everybody else is all quiet, but at least if I heard something. So Madam Administrator, there may be some direction around a meal increase with additional cuts that go towards the sheriff's department. So what's our gap now? If that were, what's the gap? 5 point?
We're gonna, and I'll just see if I can sum it up, Mr. Mayor. We're gonna also look at reducing no COLA at all. I think that's the consensus.
Okay.
That's something maybe you guys will visit later, but I know I would rather have people being able to be here other than have a COLA.
And the COLA is how many million? What was that?
That's 3 million.
That's 3 million. So we're getting a little
Some
closer.
of it is under the general fund, and under the public safety, and the other is under the rest of the general fund.
Okay.
We would also look at, the energy excise tax. I know that was something, I'm not sure if it's a consensus to proceed with that, but
I think we would need to hear more from the manufacturers. I think there's a concern with all the tariffs, and we at least need to hear from those folks before you make that decision. Yeah. Okay, so all right, let's consent it then. Do you want to consent at access? You want to consent? Yeah. All right. So I have 1, 2. That's Commissioner Pulliam. Commissioner Pulliam? Yeah, let's recognize Commissioner Pulliam.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because I was trying to hear, but it was stated that if we put in the detailed application that I was speaking of for the NGOs, we have to start at ground zero. Why would we have to start at ground zero, whatever that meant, versus when it's time for them to reapply, since they do reapply on a yearly basis, when the new applications came up, we would just throw new metrics in place.
So Commissioner Pulliam, you don't have to do that. That was just one of the recommendations, start from scratch. So that's pretty much what I was stating. Let's just start from scratch, develop the policy that will surround this, along with the amount of funding that you're going to allocate to those services, whether it's 750,000, 1 million, and then you have people come in and apply during that process. So it was just merely a statement as to we could start it like that. If it's the consensus to continue as it is and start that next time, that's also an option.
Okay, all right. I understand that better. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, so we got removing the COLAs, we got excise tax. Anything else?
You're talking about to look at.
To take a look at. We have a consensus to at least take a look at excise tax. That's correct. All right. All right. Commissioner Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. I want to suggest with the nonprofits that the commission sets a priority to support programs that support public art, public health, and family and children services, and then decide additional funding from there.
So can you clarify, are you asking us to add them back or asking that?
Well, what I would like to see is if those are the priorities that the commission would agree to support, that the administrator brings us back a model as to what those current figures are in our current NGO list with the organizations that are receiving dollars to do those things. Like I would want to see how much money we're spending right now on public art, public health, and family and children services, and then how much money we're spending on other stuff outside of those categories. And then let's use that as a way of starting to address some of the funding in the nonprofit space. And that's just a suggestion to get us going on the nonprofit side.
Colleagues?
Just a suggestion. We don't have to take it.
So I'm still stuck. For clarity, do you still want to make the 30% and 10% cuts, or you just want to just take a look at and see if you can?
I mean, the cuts can stay as they are, but
okay.
I would like to just model what it would look like if those are the only things that we funded versus the entire list. I want to just see a model to say if we funded these programs for children and families, public health, and public art, what would that dollar amount be as it currently stands with the presentation that the administrator gave us? And then what would all of the remaining allocations be as it currently stands that the administrator gave us? And it's just a model.
Okay.
Just so that we can see. And I'm not asking the commission to take action on it. I would just like to see that in the event that that's something that the commission could agree as a starting point.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Yes. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, real quick, Mr. Mayor. And I think what Commissioner Johnson was saying, I think we do need to look at it, but we need to get past this first. Like, if we keep, because right now, I think Madam Administrator had told us before, Chatham County is one of the few that has a program like that, but they have it, and they have a full staff dedicated to doing it.
Yes, sir.
So that would be a whole different effort if we chose to stay in the business of allocating funds towards these entities. We'd have to dedicate some serious resources towards doing that, right?
Yes, they do have a staff of 3. They have a department.
Yeah.
And they have people that actually monitor, to y'all's point, to see what impact is being made.
Yeah.
That person, one of the people in their department, that's all they do, is pretty much monitor and work with those agencies.
Yeah, so I think we look at how we balance that priority, but I don't think prioritizing those efforts over managing the budget and the functions of what we're doing, I don't think those two really fit well together. That's just my opinion on it. I do agree, though, Commissioner Johnson, we do need to find a way of balancing the programs that we can provide and support the community with through the services that we're already offering, whether it be through Parks and Rec, partnering with them and adding maybe some more additional funding towards them partnering or something. But for us to be the entity or for the administrator's office to do it, we're going to have a dedicated function for that. And it's a lot because you're having to consistently try to measure that. And I just don't want to mix that up with what we're trying to work through right now.
And to respond, that's not what I'm asking us to do. What I'm asking us to do is look at the current list of allocations that some commissioners are suggesting that we cut, and we set aside the priorities that I just mentioned as places that we will not cut, and then outside of those priorities, we will see where we can cut. And what that would do is that would potentially show us if we chose to prioritize those certain functions, how much money we have versus areas outside of those functions, which would then free up funds for potential cuts. I'm not asking for us to start a new department or a new effort or any of those things. This is actually a part of the budget process that we're talking about. If we're trying to find additional funds, what I'm suggesting through the nonprofit work is that we set priorities and then move from those priorities so that we can have an idea of where we would like to potentially cut if that's the direction that commissioners want for nonprofits.
All right, colleagues, Turner Plunkett, it's 5:06. I think we got some good direction. So seeing no other colleagues in the queue, Attorney Plunkett, give us direction. I have to recess this meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I think you could just call the recess of the motion. If you want to recess to a time certain, you can go ahead and do that, or we can wait till, I think we do two options. You could go ahead and say today when the next meeting is going to be held, or the continuation of this meeting, or do you want to do it next week at the regularly scheduled time? Is that before what would normally be your legal session? Do you want to push that back? Just kind of, we need some direction. You can certainly recess it today and then advise the clerk as to what time you want to come back.
Madam Clerk, would you?
This meeting after your committees and your legal session, and it's not, the agendas are not that heavy yet.
So are we allowed to do this before or?
Another meeting, that's right, we have our special call meeting.
Yes, that's,
What is your recommendation? Turn your mic on for me, Madam. Yeah, all right.
What we could do is, Attorney Pluckett said, we could address the continuation of this meeting first, and then the others will fall in line accordingly.
All right, so we can do this first. In the event of what happens if we don't adopt the budget, are we still allowed to have those meetings as a continuation?
no, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. All right. So, all right. So it's going to be my recommendation based on the attorney. We're going to continue this meeting next Tuesday at 10
At
a.m.
11?
This is 11. 11 a.m.
And mush,
We can't have,
Well, no,
we gotta
that'd be
continue this meeting
afterwards.
first. It will be afterwards, after we
legal will start after you all
adopt the budget.
or that you, and if you recess it, then they can't.
If we
They
recess, we
can't
can't have
start.
legal.
And if I may tell, there are a number of items on your legal session for next week, so just be,
All right. I hear consensus for 10 a.m., Madam Clerk.
Okay.
Next Tuesday, what is
Well,
that
put
date?
that in your motion to recess this meeting until 10 a.m. next Tuesday. What's that date, Jim?
All right, I need a motion. Somebody state a motion to recess this meeting until 10 a.m. next Tuesday.
Second.
You got to put the date in there for, what is the date?
10 a.m.
November 25th.
The 25th.
The 25th. All right, so there is a motion by the commissioner from the 5th. Is there a second?
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Garrett, second. All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Well, we can't, yeah, Mr. Garrett. Commissioner Pulliam, are you still with us?
Ma'am, I agree.
Okay, that would be recessed until 10 a.m. on 11/25/25. Okay, 6, Mr. Lewis? Yes, Mr. Wimberly?
Mr. Wimberly?
Mr. Wimberly? Okay, you can publish now. It's unanimous.
Just a reminder too, Mr. Mayor, that we do have a SPLOS meeting on Thursday.
SPLOS meeting this Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What time is that SPLOS meeting?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock SPLOS meeting on Thursday. Colleagues, this meeting is recessed until next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Thank you.